system.
Please be on the right. Colony is already reached. Anoop will take your place. There were two virtual ज्वाइन कर लिया था मैडम
अभी तक तो नहीं आया शायद।
कोई बात नहीं, एक ही है ना।
हाँ 140 पे है ना। हाँ ठीक है। So we will keep in tab and Adam when he joins, you know, then you go.
because in 2015 I will narrate an incident, and I was studying in Duke University, and on Amtrak railway I met a very interesting Indian. He told that he is working on drone imaging, etc. And for me, what I consider the two cardinal things of Indian administrative services: we are not able to fix land records, and we are not able to fix secondary education. At least when I came back as a deputy commissioner, I got an opportunity to work once again on land records. This was an experimental drone imaging we did, and nobody was taking our offer. And I spoke to revenue department. Revenue department told that ये आपके fantasies के लिए नहीं है, ये drone ला के आप क्या कर रहे हो? We are not going to give. Interestingly, the revenue department had 3,000 crore rupees only on land records, but they did not give it one single penny. And then we applied for district innovation program under science and technology, and they gave 1 crore rupees. That was after 8 months. And this was one of the first images we got. And after showing this image, also nobody was hearing. I remember very vividly. It was August 8th, 2015. I went to Chief Minister's residence. I took time. It was 7:30 in the morning. I showed him this particular picture. ये क्या है? तो I told this is एक गोभी का खेत है. तो क्या करूँ इसका? Sir, you can actually count the number of cauliflower heads in this. He took just 15 seconds. Yes, we are going to do this project, and मुझे चाहिए ये. That is how the beginning started. And I should tell you that the drone imaging started in Haryana as a response to our requirements in land records. In 2004, it was the first step. We had digitization of land records. And this is it. I'm going to just scrape through. In 2006, there was this gentleman by name Mr. Umashankar. Umashankar was principal secretary. Presently principal secretary, then he was deputy commissioner Hisar. He created first GIS lab in Sirsa, and they did the satellite-based image and mapping, and they took each and every Musavi, the field book, and then they converted into digital records. Probably first of such exercises across the country. And he also tried another exercise that's called differential geopositioning system using mobile towers. Is it possible? Because all these Google images were having an error up to 1 meter. So is it possible that error can be reduced by putting up a transponders there on mobile towers? But somehow it failed because of magnetic induction and other things. This is what they did. Musavis were converted into digitized maps. Jamabandis were converted, and this became digital rights of records. And GIS maps were created using this. This was in Sirsa in 2006. This was the headline, Kamal mein Kamal ho gaya. I was deputy commissioner in Bhiwani in 2007. We were the first to have high resolution satellite imagery of any towns. It was 60 centimeter resolution, and we used it for identifying encroachment on government lands. This is an updated picture of the same 2007. When nobody was working on it, we did it in 2007. And 2008-9, in Rohtak, there was a gentleman by name Mr. Vikas Gupta. He's presently managing director of HSIIDC. He did an extraordinary thing by creating second GIS lab, and also he was the first person to work on what is happening on peri-urban areas and how the land is being encroached or illegal colonies are coming up, etc. It is probably his first academic study in Haryana. They also use it for property tax management, etc. This is the image got from 2008-9. I was deputy commissioner in Gurgaon. We had the third GIS. Now every district has a GIS lab now. We did the geodetic triangulation. I will show you how it happened. It helped in creating accurate records. What happens in land records is we use the indicators. There are milestones put in between two villages. We call it as Sehda. If it is between the three villages, we call it as Tehda. Sehda and Tehda were placed during Todalmal's era, but somehow all of them, a lot of them were missing. That's why we had to create this new process to reposition them. So we used Survey of India benchmarks. Out of 35, only 11 were present. And using these, we had a base station, and we had a rover, and we had a system of satellites, 11 satellites that will roam around 72 hours or 3 locations. So it is basically, you call it as CORS, continuously operating reference stations. These acted as CORS. They were the reference stations moving around. So one point is satellite, other is the rover, third the base station. You are basically triangulating and identifying accurately which position it is. So using that, we used we got all the 35 master control points, and then more primary control points at 20 kilometers interval, and then we had tertiary control points and 589 control points, and then we established the Gurgaon boundary. Using this, we established millions of points very accurately. This is how the tertiary control points came. We did the documentation of the differential geopositioning system. 5,200 field books were digitized in 292 villages over 5 tehsils. This is how the monument looked like. This is what we placed it as, tri-junction points. Our basic work was on Manesar Tehsil. This also won the National E-Governance Award later. The first village was Hassanpur, where the yellow area is, mismatched area as per the revenue record, and green area, it did not have any, litigations. We wanted to do the legacy data validation using drone imaging. What is there before in 1957 and now 2016 after updation. So after updation, only very few litigations survived because our data our maps were so accurate. Our maps were 5 centimeter resolution. Probably the nearest was Singapore. Singapore had 20 centimeter resolution. Ours was at that time in 2016 the most accurate maps of the world. Nobody else in the world have used drone imaging for the cadastral mapping. We were the first to use. This is how the legacy data value imaging. I will show you it is after imaging. Plot to plot because it is this is red because it's a single plot. There is one panchayat related some litigation. That's why the green is so conspicuous. The red is so conspicuous. So this is the journey between 2011 and 16. How accurately we have imaged. So from 7.39% error, we got 0.01% error in Manesar. This was the first proof of concept for Haryana state. And we also did it in drones, imaging in Sona. This is the this is the same cauliflower plot which Chief Minister approved. At times, I feel that politicians have far more, that hawkeye for bringing governance reform than the bureaucrats. And in 2007, the drone images were used by Deputy Commissioner Bhiwani for property tax management. This is important for a simple reason that this is the most cost-effective imaging we did. Per square kilometer, only 11,000 rupees. And I would also like to explain you that There are three types of drones. One is fixed wing, and the second is dual propeller, and third is hybrid. Okay, hybrid is a vertical takeoff and landing. When the fixed is, it will take a longer, uh, path to take the flight. I will share the presentation. It's all pictorial. You can glance through after the presentation also. Probably this is the milestone epic project we did. Haryana is the first to do this. There are two types of titles. One is registration. One is title registration. Other is deed registration. In title registration, what happens? Government undertakes that, that the ownership is right, and if anything goes wrong, I am responsible. So there are so many errors in our land record. We don't take the title, registration. We only say that deed registration. आप registration तो कर सकते हो, जिम्मेदारी आपकी है. गलत है या litigation है, आपकी जिम्मेदारी है. That's what we are adopting today. And in order to move towards the title registration, probably this is the first project in the country any state ever did. So it was led by our Chief Secretary, Mr. Sanjeev Kaushal, and I have seen how painstakingly he did it. For every Saturday, he used to sit only for this project and interact with all the deputy commissioners. So Prime Minister refers to Swamitva project of Haryana, and even in his Man Ki Baat, somebody was telling about Man Ki Baat. So Man Ki Baat mein iska reference aaya hai. So after all these innovations, Haryana government decided to create a separate corporation, public sector undertaking for drone imaging. This we called it as Drishya. Drishya will work on all the governance applications related to Haryana, and it is decided that we will not include any private players, nor we will do any private work. Neither we will do any work of any other state. We will concentrate on all the governance applications of Haryana state only, without involving any private enterprise. We will do everything in-house. We today have pilots, we have processing people, we have maintenance engineers. We are going to have our own runway. We are going to have our own RPTO, pilot training organization, etc. So I will also give you small information on what are the regulatory framework. First time in 2018 we had civil aviation related, drone related policy and rules. But in August 21 the rules came. It brought out all the rationalization and simplification. You should know two important what do you mean by UAV? UAV is unmanned aerial vehicle. It is only an aircraft without a human pilot. What is UAS? Unmanned aircraft system. It will have in UAV a controller and a communication between these two. Now, these three put together, it will be called as UAS, unmanned aircraft system. Drone is not a very complicated thing. Basically, these are the parts of the drones, and there is one FPV. FPV is nothing but a GPS locator, and an electronic speed controller. These are two important things. The rest are normal electronic gadgets. Drone classification, there are multi-rotor. It can be quadcopter, hexacopter, decacopter. These are the multi-rotor drones which will go up like a helicopter. These are the fixed wing. These are the long range one, but it needs more launch space. This is hybrid vertical takeoff and landing. These are far easier to manipulate, but it needs extensive training. Categories, nano is 250 grams or lesser. This is important because इसके लिए कोई registration नहीं चाहिए, nor it needs any unique identification number. Rest all need a unique identification number. The payloads is basically camera we place on drones. So there are 6 types of payloads we generally use. This is a thermal one. We generally use it for power sector related surveillance. This is multispectral. Light detection and ranging, LiDAR for assessing particularly the road undulations. People are using it now. Corona for magnetic interference. Magnetometer is also for magnetic one. Corona is for electric arc also. And UV and infrared, we are not using it because it's slightly costly. And drone amendment rules came in 2022, only 5 forms to be filled. Previously, there were 26 different forms. Now only D1, D2, D3, D4, D5. D4 is the remote pilot certificate organization. If you want to give certification, just like driving license देते हैं ना, उसी तरीके से किसी को license देना है तो you want to have a remote pilot certificate, then D4, remote pilot training organization D5. Only 5 forms are there now. The core of the entire regulatory framework is digital sky platform. All those who have a pilot certificate and number, they can enter this portal. This is how it looks, because none of us have pilot certification or number. That's why nobody can enter. That's why I've given this. This is the dynamic airspace map. I have given it for Haryana. And these are the airports. And along the airports, we have a space you cannot enter. There is something called yellow, with permission you can enter. And there is red, international boundary. You cannot enter these red boundaries. This is a prohibitive area. So once you enter the number, you will be given, the permission will be automatic. So these are the areas which are restricted, which are called as geofencing areas, geofenced areas. This is how it looks. So pictorially speaking, the entire airport area is prohibited. Besides that, you have an yellow area with permission you can go, and green zone you don't need any permission. This is the basics of regulation. It will have mandatory safety features, no permission, no takeoff. So the moment you enter within the drone, the numbers, it will provide the permission. There will be a real-time tracking beacon. It is only a regulatory norm, but it is yet to be implemented. It will have a geofencing capability. All these 3 will be completed. Probably it will take another year for all the drones to get all these 3 features. Interestingly, all the accidents, insurance and penalties will be dealt as per the motor vehicle rules. And maximum penalty will be up to 10 lakhs. Now, what we have done in Haryana, it took almost 8 to 9 months to procure drones because a lot of embargo was imposed on drone parts import. That is why for the first 9 months it was very difficult for us. And now we have sufficient drones. We have done some proof of concepts. This is volumetric analysis. There is a very controversial mines called Khanak mines in Bhiwani. Now what we do, if we take, suppose consider after 3 months, what happened, how much of the materials were mined, we will take one image, and after 3 months we'll take another image. A1 minus E2, that is the amount of material we have mined. So it's simple volumetric analysis. So, but only thing is, it needs certain nuanced imaging and also accurate calculations to assess. Density multiplied by volume is going to be your weight. So conventionally, it would have taken 20 days. We could do it in 2 days. This is how it looks. So you can see each of the trucks, and you can calculate even using the image how much material might have got mined. This is for town planning purposes. We imaged sector 15A. This is how it looked in Faridabad. So you can also image parking lots and use it for planning purposes. This is the HT power lines. This is very interesting. What happened was, um, in power systems, we use physical gangs. Some 10 or 20 people will go and assess what has happened on power lines. This was Daulatabad, and there was another line called Bahadurgarh Asauda line. Even after, every month we used to get 2 or 3 trippings. We could not find out what's happening. Then we used this. And we found almost, particularly on the other line, we found around 350 different types of errors and discrepancies on the lines. Otherwise, we could not have found out. This is how it looks. It's a hotspot. This is a missing nut. You can find out even the missing nut. This is a broken insulator, very high degree of severity. It can cause another tripping at any point of time. So if there's a hanging member, dismembering is there. That is also seen. There's an open strand which needs to be immediately repaired. This is the level of accuracy we somehow achieved. And there were floods last year in Karnals, and Chief Minister asked us to map. This is how it looked. Healthy crops versus damaged crops. These are the damaged crop fields. So recently we have declared Rakhi Gadi as a heritage site. So controlled area is being mapped using drone images. So it's very important on the day of declaration of the controlled area, what all were there. So we have to document. So we could do it in 2 days. Upcoming proof of concepts are related to, we are going to have nano fertilizer sprayed, which will provide almost 50% efficiency. We can use only 50% of fertilizers to achieve the same. So that's why we are working on it, and proof of concept will be coming by January 10th. So initially we'll start with 100 acres. This is Saraswati River Heritage Site. We have to declare the controlled area, so we will also map this. So this is our dashboard till now. So Mr. Umashankar is our principal secretary, and he's also like acting chairman of this. Phul Kumar is deputy COO for the technical assistant. Why I'm writing this is, when my chief secretary told that I have to make a presentation, I did not know anything about the drones. What I knew about the drones is it will give me a resolution of 2 centimeters to 5 centimeters, so I can use it for various governance applications. Other than that, I did not know anything. So I spoke to Mr. Phul Kumar. He helped me design this, and it's my wife who designed the entire presentation. And I took guidance from Mr. Umashankar. So special thanks to all of them. Thank you. So I will leave the presentation here. If anybody, it's okay. I don't mind if you can use it anywhere else also.
I'll ask him to email it or give it us on USB.
It's too heavy.
You can take it on USB then. You can ask.
Thank you. If you need any drone-related services, please, in Haryana, if you want to do any experiments, please let us know. We are more than happy to provide
Sure,
images. Thank you.
And thank you, sir, for a wonderful presentation. It's very heartening to sort of see the effort which is going in terms of digitization of the data which is available, lots of data which is available. And hearing your presentation, I can see actually thousands, if not hundreds of applications of this particular data.
No. At the same time, I should tell you that it was pure passion when we did, and probably when nobody had done this work, it was in 2016 January. We used the drones. We had around 100 sorties, and because you see, every 10 feet the wind speed doubles, and you have to standardize how you are going to fly. And that was the time there was no expertise. We initiated as a, you see, in public sector offices, where is capacity? There was literally no capacity. And point number two is when you fly such drones, particularly in places like Gurgaon, where you have lot of this, power installations, substations, etc. There are a lot of magnetic induction, electromagnetic induction. And one collateral hazard was once this drone, we had only one drone, large drone. It went and fell in Air Force area, and there was almost an FIR under India Defence Act. And think of disappointment and embarrassment you will have if a deputy commissioner is having an FIR under India Defence Act.
He's the one who regulates that act.
No,
Maybe
but the FIR will be filed by Air Force Station people, right? So it's a national act.
So there is a book somewhere there in that story.
Uh-huh.
A very nice book is there.
Thank you. Thank you.
If you allow me,
Please.
I think it's an excellent presentation. When you started showing the use of drones, particularly for the land records, of course, as you rightly said, there will be 100 such applications. You have also mentioned about when, for example, the flooding was there, you had to measure that, or when the damaged crops, you had to measure that. Those are the areas where perhaps I think you are trying it. But very particularly for the land records in particular, because land records are practically incomplete in the whole country, not just, there are 8,000 municipalities or 4,500 municipalities or municipal corporations, and then there are other cities. Property tax being the main source, as a matter of fact, unless the land records are there, unless the property records are there, we are not able to. Even I had a word at some time with Mr. Uma Shankarji when he was there, in Gurgaon. Before this GMDA was formed, I think he was actually having the charge for that. I said that, you see, the property tax mobilization in only Gurgaon can be at least 10 times more if your records are complete. I would like to say that at some point of time, for the property tax for Patna, Mr. S.K. Singh was the, I would say that deputy commissioner there, and he got in charge basically for that. They have done the work that got internationally recognized. Not this work, but I'm saying about improving the property tax mechanism, because that was internationally recognized. They got an award.
Sir, I would like to place on record one thing. Probably there is no other state in the country which has done so many innovations in
So my question is, since you have really presented it so beautifully, would you not like to share it nationally, number one? And can it be really documented to be presented? Because UN Habitat, United Nations Habitat, actually gives every 2 years what they call Dubai Award. It is, some of the, Mr. S.K. Singh got that award quite some time ago, about 20 years ago. He is presently on the RERA appellate board. Yeah. So I'm saying this is such a wonderful thing that you have really tried. It's very innovative. Should it not be really documented for sharing it?
So
that is your internal decision.
Absolutely, we should. I will tell you one very interesting thing. There is no other state in the country which has done so many innovations on land records and GIS. But somehow we never document it as bureaucrats. Probably we don't have time. Second, we don't go for any national even competitions also. That's why first time in 2016 we went for this and we won one e-governance award. In 2019 we got another one, and only recently that we have started going for. The idea is that when you go for such competitions, at least your idea will get legitimacy.
You see,
You are absolutely right. We have to go for it.
When you say that, I am just saying that it is a service
Correct.
to the planet. It is a
Absolutely.
service to the nation.
Absolutely,
When
sir.
you are sharing such a best practice.
We
You
will
have
do
done
that.
such a wonderful work.
Entire Gurgaon has been drone imaged as on today,
Yeah.
and they have used that for property tax.
Should you need any help at
Sure,
ISPER,
sure.
we should be able to help you in documenting.
पीपी सिंह जी के कहाँ हैं? बाहर गए क्या? कोई बात नहीं. We will use your services, sir.
Yeah.
100%.
Very nice, excellent.
Thank you.
Must say
Excuse me,
that.
sir, one more. This documentation is very important, not only from the competition point of view. It's going to be a very important resources for students and training programs.
Like particularly all
Yes.
those institutions which have come,
Yes.
we are more than happy to have
Share
interns who can conduct studies and utilize. हमारे पास जो डेटा है यूज करो, हमें कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं. वी आर रेडी टू शेयर. ठीक है, सो दैट मोर एकेडमिक वर्क्स कम आउट ऑफ इट. वी आर मोर देन हैप्पी. You see, whatever we do, at the end of the day, the actual scrutiny happens at academic institutions, and we acknowledge it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for taking out time.
Thank you. कल तो मैं प्रेजेंट करना चाहता था because it was not the context. So yesterday I spoke and कल आपके पनीर के पकोड़े इतने अच्छे थे, इसलिए मैंने सोचा और आज ये भी हो गया, दोनों इकट्ठे.
नहीं मिले सर वो.
नहीं कोई बात नहीं. स्वकार्य स्वामिकार्य हो गया ना, काफी है. स्वकार्य के लिए फिर
Very
आएंगे.
nice, actually. Really appreciate.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I will now invite Kharagpur. He has done courses on housing from University of Lund, Sweden, Newcastle. 36 years of experience he is bringing with him. He has worked with large number of international universities, of course, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. So we look forward to hearing from you, sir. Dr. Gopal Krishnan, please take it.
Please.
Whatever makes you comfortable.
No, it's okay.
There is a screen behind me. We can see the presentation.
Yes,
So,
yes.
sir, whatever makes you comfortable. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
You had also acknowledged the receipt.
Enhancing
culture.
Yeah.
It's learning, it's enhancing culture.
Yeah, save it as KSS-ISPER. Yeah.
If I want to spam, just check my
Look at it on the screen.
One second.
सर आप ऊपर ही आ जाए.
ये करंट स्क्रीन है, ये नेक्स्ट रहेगा एंड डिस्प्ले में आपका हो जाएगा.
ठीक.
If you would like to use this one instead of for next one, save this.
Very good afternoon, and thank you for having me here. The topic that I'm going to talk on today is enhancing cultural vitality through infrastructure planning. And I thought that this was something which would interest you because we do not really talk about vitality, and that too in infrastructure planning. So I was trying to think of what could be a very fitting topic under this new urban agenda. And I would like to also tell you that two of my PhD scholars are working in this topic. So one is working on vitality of neighborhoods, and the other person is working on cultural infrastructure. So I'm trying to amalgamate what we are doing there. So the contents of my presentation, I would give a short introduction, significance in India, indicators or framework for cultural vitality and linking it with infrastructure, cultural infrastructure that would define the importance and challenges, some case studies, cultural infrastructure plan, and conclusion. While I was sitting out there, I was just trying to find out how is vitality defined, and there were several definitions. The one that struck me was vitality is the state of being full of energy. And then I tried to look for urban vitality. And the one I'm quoting is a definition from 1998 is the extent to which a place feels alive or lively. That's how Montgomery in 1998 had defined. So let's see in that context where we place our thing. Livability or vitality, we have already said, could be described as the quality of the person-environment relationship. So we were caught on at the basics when we were talking about, the environment. I'm trying to just extend it and see that it's just not any environment, but it's a vital, it's an environment which has vitality. Okay, so it's the relation between the two. And livability depends on the local culture, attitudes, and preferences, all of which might also be influenced by the local built environment. Okay, so there we found that there seems to be a research gap. And the research gap is there is a lack of study on the importance of cultural infrastructure for enhancing livability in the Indian cities. There we found a research gap. Cultural vitality, if we check it out, we can have three verticals: presence, participation, and support. Presence would include of opportunities of cultural participation. Participation in itself is cultural participation, and support for cultural participation. And let me try and build the storyline. So why at all do we require cultural vitality? I would say we require it for two specific purposes. One, cultural vitality would increase the neighborhood livability, community identity, and social well-being on one hand, and it also enables creative economy. And some of the key factors are already mentioned there: proximity to academic and research and cultural centers, efficient laws and regulations, attractive amenity. So from two sides, it is quite important to make livelihood or neighborhoods which are vital. We also checked out that how is cultural vitality measured, and we found that two sets, Arts and Culture Indicators project, that is talking about arts establishments per 1,000 population. Now, just we have chief town planners and we have urban planners in the entire room. We do not talk about this art establishment per 1,000 population. We are stuck still. We are dealing with hospital beds per 1,000 population or what have you. But here we are extending it and we are talking about percentage of employment in non-profit and commercial art establishments as a proportion of all employment. Non-profit arts organizations per 1,000 population, non-profit community celebrations, festivals, fairs per population. So this is a dimension which I thought in the new urban agenda, it's time that we start thinking. Cultural and Creative Cities Monitor talks about cultural venues and facilities, cultural participation, creative knowledge-based jobs, intellectual property and innovation, new jobs in creative sectors, human capital, and the like. Moving on, there are, of course, challenges, and people would like to know about the challenges. But what is cultural infrastructure? And the research, when we did a systematic research, we found that cultural infrastructure can be looked at one that is consumed and the other that is produced. Cultural infrastructure consumed are the places where culture is experienced, participated in, showcased, like the museums, galleries, theaters, cinemas, libraries, etc. When we started our planning courses, we used to talk about civic centers, a thing which is fast, eroding, and that is giving way to maybe malls. And the malls are again giving way to what? I don't know, because we are doing another study where we are trying to find out the in-store and online shopping behavior of customers. And that's showing real some trends. So this is where cultural infrastructure is consumed. And where is cultural infrastructure produced? Places of creative production where creative works are made by artists, performers, digital processes, and these are creative workspaces, performing arts, rehearsal spaces, music recording studios, etc. The challenges could be economic and social, which is already there on the screen. Then we talked about a little bit about the success factors. It's back. Key success factors. We talk about key success components or key success factors. And there we have one, the infrastructure you have to produce, or you can retrofit. There could be lots of infrastructure, which I'll show you later on from some of our case studies, where you can retrofit infrastructure to become cultural infrastructure. We have to create an enabling environment and capacity. And of course, the supporting legislation. Why I'm saying that is because we were working with MIT on urban brownfield regeneration. And then we were doing a similar study in India where we found that we need very strong legislation on redeveloping or retrofitting urban brownfields. It's an area which needs a lot of research. So the approach could be, in a nutshell, preparing, planning, and delivery. And I'm not going into the details of that, but let's look at a few international case studies which have been integrating cultural infrastructure. The first case study is Imagine Madrid. And I'll take a parallel from this. When I visited Bhubaneswar, there was a slum and an NGO called Hamara Bachpan. And this Hamara Bachpan NGO had asked the slum children to draw through their imagination how their slum should look like. It's very similar to what Imagine Madrid is. It's a concept there. We had a participatory program that involved local residents and networks in creating artist-led intervention in public places. How they envisage what would be the way, and urban acupuncture. Approach to issues around public spaces and cultural infrastructure. So I thought that Hamara Bachpan, the example which we saw in Bhubaneswar, was also similar in a way. It was very, very grounded and it worked very well. So there they created some mural arts, some urban gardens, some open air cinemas, structures used to activate empty and underused spaces, cultural programs driven by local communities, interests, desires, and memories. This is one example. The other one is this example from South Korea, and Wonju maybe is the pronunciation, city of Asian culture. And here the challenge was reduced economic activity, decreasing population, and limited cultural infrastructure. These were some of the challenges. The solution came from introduction of tangible and intangible cultural activity across the city, creating a culture-based environment, promoting arts, culture, and tourism, and raising the city's profile by turning it into a cultural exchange hub for Asia. I'll show the next example where you get some tangibility about this, and this is, Barcelona Institute of Culture 2020, quite recent, where they are talking about, a citywide cultural participatory survey. So we do a lot of household surveys, and we have never really come across this kind of a cultural participatory survey, which we can think about. And there you can see that the table on the right shows that what kind of, measure are they doing. It's about daily household income, DHI, and we are doing it for gender, age, level of education, ethnicity, degree of participation. And there they are asking questions like reading books. Okay. And in the neighborhoods, they are clubbing the neighborhoods into low, middle, and high. Okay. Going to concerts, going to theater, visiting exhibitions, museums. Similar such questions are asked. For the practice, they are asking questions about doing photography or audiovisual creations, painting, drawing, making sculptures, etc. So these type of questions, and they are trying to, segregate under low, medium, and high. We have another example of London's cultural infrastructure plan, and you can see in my table there that how London's infrastructure plan accounts. So this gives a very good idea about, like, they have 561 buildings holding, archives. They have the letterings are too small even in my this thing, but it gives a very good layout of how cultural infrastructure through physical planning has been done in London. The presentation will be with you if anybody is interested. You can see like 263 theaters. Okay, so this gives an account of what kind of cultural infrastructure London has. This is an example that I have personally visited. Bethlehem steel industry was closed down in 1995, and the entire area was a brownfield, and it was considered the biggest brownfield in this region, and it is in Philadelphia. So what they did was they had to remedy the soil. So soil remediation techniques were done. The plant was kept like that, and the entire area was considered to be very prone to, or very, very fit to become a cultural infrastructure. So they created a casino, they created an auditorium, and they created several other such functions which you can see. So the entire area has now become a place of visit for tourists as well as locals. This is a very successful example of how cultural infrastructure was done through brownfield remediation or redevelopment. Some good Indian case studies. I thought that you would be interested to see a little bit of our efforts. Raghurajpur is something which came to my mind, and we did a little study where in Orissa, very close to Puri, this is an artist's village. I mean, intrinsically, the Raghurajpur families, households, had a penchant for painting. And Intact took that up, and they created a heritage village in which, as you can see, it's the first village to be developed as a part of rural tourism promotion project, revival of traditional and mural painting, and retrieve lost skills, because these are certain things which are transferred through generations. And if they get lost, then they are lost forever. So this is an example which I thought would be interesting for you to see, where they are imparting training, they are, hosting festivals like the Basant Utsav every spring they are doing. So they are promoting cultural infrastructure which came from their own neighborhood. They just recreated the whole thing. Then this Kala Ghoda from Mumbai, I'm sure many of you have visited. I think this is one of the most fantastic, vibrant, dynamic cultural infrastructure or cultural space that Bombay could think of. Any artist, any creative person can actually put up a stall there, do an installation there, give a talk there, and it's so vibrant. I think if you have not seen Kala Ghoda of Bombay, you must visit that. So this is an area is a hub of cultural activity. Center for Entertaining Pursuits of Art and Education. The area offers a host of famous city restaurants and cafes because that also, pull the crowd. The most popular one being the Kala Ghoda Arts Festival, and I visited that. I really recommend that. See, uh, artists who are making different installations through plastic bottles, through sand, building castles, or any kind of, this one, as you, I don't know if you can see, this is Bollywood depicted through the artist's expression, how it evolved. So you need space, and if you need space, urban planners need to think about that. Then this is very close to IIT Kharagpur where we stay, Pingla. It's a community of Muslims only painting Hindu gods and goddesses and singing. These are things which will get lost unless and until we really think that that has a merit and it needs to be preserved and proper background needs to be given for them. So Pingla is a flourishing hub of more than 300 artists. They practice Patachitra. That's the form of painting, which you can see, a form of ancient folk art. And the villagers also sing as they unfurl the scroll and show their artistry to the audience. So it's fantastic. And very few people know about it because we haven't thought about how to market it. Some efforts have been done to make suitable cultural infrastructure for them. Smart City Puducherry also figured as one of our case studies, and it talked about conservation of heritage buildings to promote tourism. And I'll just wind up, I think. One more example from my city, Kolkata, where underpasses have been converted into dynamic, vibrant cultural places. You see, that's the soffit of the flyovers are if you want, you can make them very ugly. And they can remain very much underutilized. But this is how an artist's view looked at the infrastructure and converted it into such a vibrant place. We have lots of such spaces which need to be, viewed in the proper way. So for the strategies in India, what we really want to do to protect, preserve, and promote various forms of folk or various forms of culture, we just try to check out that possibly we can start, and the chief town planner and other urban planners can tell us more about it. We found that the clause 5.2.6 and 8.4.4 in particular of the URD-PFI can be revisited and insertions can be made in both, because the former is talking about socio-economic profile and the latter is talking about socio-cultural, and the contents of the former have guidelines for study on location and the latter has provision on norms. But what we can possibly insert are indicators to determine the social process, mapping cultural infrastructure, and lack of provision for cultural infrastructure plan. I mean, that we can make a beginning from there, and then it becomes mainstream. That's all I wanted to talk about. Thank you very much for a very good listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Subrata, for that wonderful presentation, starting off with defining the word vitality and then presenting the cases from India across the world. I think from a group of people to become a Professor Emeritus, Department of Geography, Punjab University, National Fellow, Indian Council of Social Science Research. He has worked in various positions in academic as well as public administration. The National Association of Geographers has conferred him Bhugol Ratna Award in 2019. We invite you, sir.
Thank you. Honorable dignitaries on the dais and my very dear friends, कुछ दिन पहले की बात है, जसवंत सिंह जी ने कॉल किया और कहा कि हमारे सेमिनार पर आपका टॉपिक क्या होगा। तो इस सेमिनार के बारे में थोड़ा बहुत मुझे आइडिया था, न्यू अर्बन एजेंडा के ऊपर है, मगर मैं बहुत कंफ्यूज था कि व्हाट कैन बी न्यू इन द न्यू अर्बन एजेंडा। ऑलरेडी इतना लिटरेचर प्रोड्यूस हो रहा है सिटीज के ऊपर, इतनी पॉलिसीज बन रही है, हर जगह इतना काम हो रहा है, तो अब न्यू बचा क्या होगा उसमें से। तो जब मैंने इनको टॉपिक दिया सम रिफ्लेक्शन ऑन न्यू अर्बन एजेंडा, ये कहते थे ऐसे करो, रिफ्लेक्शन ऑन न्यू अर्बन एजेंडा के साथ पर्सपेक्टिव एंड प्रोस्पेक्ट जोड़ दो। मैंने कहा ये तो बहुत अच्छी बात है, वो इसलिए कि इन्होंने एक डायरेक्शन दे दी सोचने के लिए कि न्यू अर्बन एजेंडा के बारे में आपने किस लाइन के ऊपर बात करनी है। मगर फिर भी मेरा कंफ्यूजन खत्म नहीं हुआ, तो मैं डॉक्टर कुलवंत सिंह से बात की, भाई न्यू अर्बन एजेंडा में न्यू क्या है वैसे। तो इन्होंने मुझे हैबिटेट 3 के डॉक्यूमेंट के जो इश्यू पेपर थे वो सारे भेज दिए और मैंने उनको बड़े ध्यान से पढ़ा, समझने की कोशिश की कि क्या कहना चाहिए। इतनी लर्नेड ऑडियंस को कुछ कहने के लिए ठीक बात तो कहनी चाहिए। तो उसमें जब मैंने पढ़ा इन चीज़ों को तो ऐसा लगा सिर्फ न्यू नहीं है, मगर न्यू अर्बन एजेंडा में तो पैराडाइम शिफ्ट ही है, थिंकिंग की उल्टी हो गई है बिल्कुल। आज तक एटलीस्ट अप टू द एंड ऑफ द 20th सेंचुरी हम ये सोच रहे थे कि cities are a problem and these problems are to be solved and we have to concentrate upon that. तो न्यू एजेंडा में ये बात आ रही उल्टी कि cities are the solution to the problem. अगर आपने पॉवर्टी को दूर करना है, जेंडर डिस्क्रिमिनेशन को दूर करना है, एनवायरमेंटल कंडीशन को इम्प्रूव करना है, तो लेट सिटीज प्ले द रोल। तो जब मुझे इस तरह का एक नया ज्ञान प्राप्त हुआ तो बड़ी खुशी हुई कि ये तो बात ही और है, और जो मैं सोच रहा था वो बिल्कुल गलत नहीं वैसे। तो पर्सपेक्टिव ही चेंज हो गया। Cities are the solution to the problem which humanity is facing. It could be inequality, it could be gender issues, it could be environmental issues, it could be poverty. तो जब पर्सपेक्टिव चेंज हो गया तो मैंने ये सोचा कि न्यू अर्बन एजेंडा का कंटेंट क्या होना चाहिए। तो उसको समझने के लिए पता लगा कि न्यू अर्बन एजेंडा बिलीव्स इन science of cities. That means we have to understand the cities in a very scientific manner, through measurement, through quantification, through digitization, not through impression about the things. We have to go beyond, you see, impression about the cities. We have to we have to do scientific study of the cities in that particular site. इसके बाद मुझे ये लगा कि क्वेश्चन ये होता है कि स्ट्रेटेजीज क्या होंगी न्यू अर्बन एजेंडा की। तो स्ट्रेटेजीज में मुझे ये समझ आया कि इंडिविजुअल सिटी अप्रोच से टेरिटोरियल सिस्टम अप्रोच पर जाना पड़ेगा। आज हम जो प्रॉब्लम को सॉल्व करने की कोशिश करते हैं वो एक सिटी को पकड़ लेते हैं, उसको मास्टर प्लान बनाएंगे, डेवलपमेंट प्लान बनाएंगे, जबकि cities never exist in isolation. They're a part of a wider territorial system. So this kind of approach is very typical of the new urban agenda. And you see, this strategy of the new urban agenda promises right to city and right to development. That means everybody has a right to enter into city. You can't stop the people and telling you don't belong to this particular city, be out, and so on. And that kind of approach is very typical of new urban agenda. We have to adopt innovative strategies, approaches in place of business as usual practices. Well, that has been very typical in city planning. Business as चल रहा है, उसको चलते जाओ, improve कर लो, repair कर लो. अब जरूरत है कि नए तरीके से सोचो इन सब चीजों को किस तरह से करना है. Development plan for cities in place of master plan. ये तो काफी speakers ने इसको highlight किया है वैसे. And what is more important is there should be compatibility between administrative space and planning space. आज cities में administrative boundaries को trespass कर रही हैं. They don't stop within their own boundaries. On the periphery, they develop. In fact, periphery के ऊपर आजकल development ज़्यादा हो रही है than within the cities itself. And therefore, you see, you can't look at the city as an entity in itself. You have to see it as a part of the whole. Thus, under the new scheme of things, cities are seen as a solution rather than a cause of issues the world is facing today. अब ये न्यू अर्बन एजेंडा का आइडिया क्या, एवोल्यूशन की स्टोरी क्या है? न्यू अर्बन एजेंडा की बात उठी कैसे, किसने उठाई, क्या हुआ, इसको भी समझने की जरूरत है. तो इसके लिए जो सक्सेसिव हैबिटेट कॉन्फ्रेंसेस हैं, जो पहली यूनाइटेड नेशंस हैबिटेट कॉन्फ्रेंस हुई थी, दैट वाज एट वैंकूवर इन कनाडा. और इसमें जो मेन इशू डिस्कस किया गया था वो था एडिक्वेट शेल्टर एंड सर्विसेज एज ए बेसिक ह्यूमन राइट. दैट वाज हाइलाइटेड दैट adequate shelter and services as a basic human right is something which we have to understand, and this was in 1976. उसके बाद सेकंड जो हैबिटेट हुआ वो था एट इस्तांबुल टर्की में 1996 में. और इन्होंने ये कहा, उस वक्त जो मेन थीम बना, adequate housing for all and also viable human settlements in a changing world of full urbanization. तो इसका मीनिंग ये हुआ कि अर्बनाइजेशन जो बढ़ रही थी उसके बारे में एहसास बड़ी अच्छी तरह से. सस्टेनेबल अर्बन डेवलपमेंट एंड हाउसिंग. That means sustainable urban development and housing. Of course, it has to be something very dear to habitat, and that way one has to appreciate it. तो जब ये 2016 की कॉन्फ्रेंस खत्म हुई, which was in October, in December 2016, the General Assembly of the United Nations adopted the new urban agenda at New York. देखिए 3 हैबिटेट हुए, 1, 2, 3, और तीसरे के बाद उन्होंने ये डिसाइड किया, that was after 2-3 months, कि there should be a new urban agenda, and that was at New York 2016 में. अब ये देखना है कि टाइटल में लिखा हुआ है रीओरिएंटिंग ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन ऑफ सिटीज. तो ऐसा है कि ये रीओरिएंटेशन फॉर ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन ऑफ सिटीज, मेरे ख्याल में ये कोई नई कहानी नहीं है. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, in 1888, एबेनेज़र हार्वर्ड ने ग्रीन सिटीज का दिया था. उसने कहा था कि marry the city with the countryside and you will have beautiful offspring. That was, you see, a kind of new orientation in thinking, and then trying to say how we can transform our cities. जब सेकेंड वर्ल्ड वॉर हुई तो बहुत डिस्ट्रक्शन हुई कंट्रीज में, तो देयर वाज नीड टू रिकंस्ट्रक्ट थिंग्स. तो एक उस वक्त एक कॉन्सेप्ट आया था रीओरिएंटेशन का, दैट वाज ऑफ डायनामिक सिटीज. डायनामिक सिटीज का मीनिंग ये था कि सिटीज को कहा कि आप अपना एक ब्रोशर निकालो और ब्रोशर में बताओ कि लोग यहाँ आके इन्वेस्ट क्यों करें. जब वो इन्वेस्ट करेंगे तो एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेट होगी, जब एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेट होगी तो इनकम जनरेट होगी, जब इनकम जनरेट होगी तो म्यूनिसिपल इनकम बढ़ेगी और उससे अर्बन सर्विसेज बढ़ेगी. I mean, that was a kind of reorientation. Dynamic cities after Second World War. तो जब ये कहानी आगे चलती है तो 1987 में ये रियलाइज किया गया कि ये अर्बनाइजेशन का क्या बेनिफिट है जो आपकी लाइफ को डिफिकल्ट बनाता है. Why not have healthy cities? And that was a new kind of orientation in thinking about the cities, how to, you see, give them a new shape, a new kind of condition. 1990 में इस रियलाइजेशन के साथ कि सिटीज नेचुरल रिसोर्स के ऊपर बड़ा प्रेशर डाल रही है, तो सस्टेनेबल सिटीज का आइडिया, अगेन रीओरिएंटेशन ऑफ a different kind. And then you see there was an idea in 2008 on harmonious cities. Ethnic conflicts वगैरह जब cities में देखे गए तो आइडिया बिना, why not people should be living together in peace and harmony with each other. Prosperous cities, ये आइडिया आया 2012 में कि जब तक लोगों के पास पैसा नहीं होगा तो cities कैसे एक नया रूप लेंगे अपने. So prosperity was considered as something very, very essential for the city. And now you must be knowing smart sustainable city. ये 2014 में आइडिया आया and South Korea में सबसे पहले ये आइडिया आया था. And in that way, you see, this kind of transformation to my mind has been always there in one form or the other, and emphasis has been changing. A quick succession of recent branding of cities is in response to rapid changes in the nature and challenges of the world cities. The greatest conversion of the people today is not from one religion to another, but from village life to city life. Now, this is to be appreciated well in that sense. अब सोचना यह है, जैसे जसवंत सिंह जी ने हमें कहा कि prospects of the new urban agenda है क्या, सक्सेसफुल होगा भी कि नहीं, जो भी आपने सोच लिया कि इस तरह की ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन होगी कि नहीं. तो क्योटो इम्प्लीमेंटेशन प्लान में उन्होंने कहा है डिफरेंट नेशंस को कि 175 कमिटमेंट करो तो ये सक्सेसफुल हो जाएगा. अब वो लिस्ट जब मैंने पढ़ी, 175 commitments were required on the part of the, you see, all the countries of the world. मैंने देखा इसमें तो सब कुछ ही आ गया है, मतलब इकोनॉमिक, पॉलिटिकल, सोशल, एनवायरमेंटल, टेक्नोलॉजिकल, आप जो भी दुनिया की बात सोच सकते हैं ना, वो सारी 175 भी आ गई. तो वैसे ही स्वर्ग बन जाएगा ये हमारी जमीन अगर आप 175 कमिटमेंट के साथ चल पड़ेंगे. So naturally, you will be very successful in that particular sense. So nothing could be more inclusive or demanding. तो इसमें मैंने एज ए जोग्राफर सोचा भाई जोग्राफिकल क्या है जो ये 175 कमिटमेंट्स कह रहे हैं. तो एक तो है स्ट्रॉन्ग कोऑर्डिनेशन एट द नेशनल, सब नेशनल, लोकल लेवल टू a critical care of cities in disaster prone areas. A regular monitoring of cities located in coastal areas, deltaic areas, and environmentally sensitive areas, and effective planning of spatial linkages of town in the border regions and peripheral regions. तो इस तरह की बातें उन्होंने काफी कुछ और भी कहा. मैंने ज्योग्राफी वाली निकाली 4-5, मगर 175 की लिस्ट अगर पढ़ेंगे तो आपको बड़ी खुशी होगी. और मगर आप सोचते रहेंगे ये पॉसिबल है इतना ज़्यादा अचीव करना. और बात ये हुई अल्टीमेटली, आई विल बी क्लोजिंग हियर, एंटी क्लाइमेक्स सारी चीज़ का क्या है. एंटी क्लाइमेक्स ये है कि अब 2036 में ये जो कॉन्फ्रेंस होगी हैबिटेट फॉर, उसका टाइटल पता क्या है? सस्टेनेबल अर्बन डेवलपमेंट एंड हाउसिंग. अब आप सोच लीजिए कि जो कुछ मैंने कहना है आपके सामने रख दिया है. थैंक यू वेरी मच.
थैंक यू डॉक्टर गोपाल कृष्ण जी, बहुत ही बढ़िया स्टोरी सुनाई है आपने. वेरी गुड आर्टिकुलेशन ऑफ दिस न्यू अर्बन एजेंडा, could not have been put better, and the evolution which you have showed is excellent. Very good. We enjoyed thoroughly. Now we have supposed to have Mr. Devashish Bhattacharya to be joining us virtually, but I believe he is not going to be able to join. But he has kindly shared few slides, and I think I will request Dr. Kulwant Singh ji to please come and present his ideas for the benefit of this audience. Dr. Devashish Bhattacharya is formerly lead urban mobility, urban basic services, UN Habitat. It will be interesting to sort of hear his point of view.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Devashish Bhattacharya is my former colleague from UN Habitat, who has worked on the subject for nearly 2 decades, you know. And he was very keen to be personally present, but for some, family reasons, he could not join us here. But he was so keen that his thoughts be shared, and he has rung me up at least 4 or 5 times during the last 2 3 days. Okay, how will it get possible? Anyway, I took the responsibility to share, and he is actually basically he has made his presentation on urban mobility, the subject which was so beautifully covered by the chairman himself yesterday. How do we move the next slide? Yeah. I'll be very quick because these ideas are very, very clear. He has talked about the urbanization situation because the world is rapidly urbanizing. We are 8 billion on this planet, and nearly 56% are already urbanized out of this 8 billion, right? And 37% it was in 1995. We will be 60% urban by 2030, in another say 7-8 years. And both the regions, Africa and Asia, both these regions are urbanizing quite fast, almost like 55% Asia and 55% Africa is urban. That's a kind of scenario that we have. Transport actually, is responsible, as we are told, for greenhouse gas emissions. And under the Paris Declaration, which is an international agreement, legally bind, as we are told, they are saying that we have to reach net zero scenario by 2030. Net zero scenario requires transport sector emissions to come down to 20%. Presently, they are really 27%, 28% emissions. And these emissions, once in the air, I would say that they never go off. So therefore, we are collecting those emissions, which are a serious problem. Then traffic is a major source of air pollution. I would not really expand it. Yesterday, beautifully, I think Mr. Rahul Deshpande presented it very nicely, and he has tried to focus on that. Road fatalities, which is an epidemic with regional differences, but India, we are having almost like 150,000 deaths every year on road, rather more than that. These are the official statistics from the Ministry of Road Transport. And nearly 500 persons get permanently disabled because of this road transport fatalities. So we have to really find some, obviously, solutions. Road crash fatalities, pedestrian paths are not there. There are largely two-wheeler users who are most vulnerable, or cyclists, if I may say so. So there are a lot of issues in that. Is try to highlight that. Monofunctional cities, they rely on cars and they cause a lot of congestion. I think we have already talked about that yesterday also, but then again, he has tried to focus on that. But what is happening is car-based transit corridors. They are resulting into resource inefficient, they are causing air pollution, and they also reflect income inequalities. And then the road safety issue is certainly there, you know. One of the questions which is there before us is, will the e-mobility solve our problems? We are being told that, you know, we have to move away from either petrol or diesel to electric mobility, you know, but will it really solve the problem? So long as you are using cars, it will really not help out. That's very clear, you know. So we have to find the right solutions for that. So sustainable urbanization and mobility, they are intertwined. We have to really think, how do we make these cities sustainable? Then we have to have sustainable transport system also. You know, I live at a place in Gurgaon. The marketplace is 1.5 kilometer, which is walkable. But during the last 20 years, I have not been able to walk that place because it's my lifetime ambition to do that. It's not possible because, you know, it's very risky and we cannot cross the road. Opposite side, 200 meters away is Udyog Vihar, but we can't cross the road. So that's a kind of situation which we have to really understand, and we have to really see how do we work towards the sustainable mobility part. There's a kind of global consensus to promote sustainable urban mobility. There was a Paris Agreement where actually it was highlighted. There are national commitments to low carbon transport, which we have made. Even as a country, we have made it. COP26 that happened in Glasgow a year ago, our Honorable Prime Minister made 5 such commitments, you know, and one of them, of course, is that we have to really meet our national commitments for low carbon transport. It's very natural, we have to really, but there are conflicting policies in the country. If we, for example, you know, if the car sales go down, actually the, I would say, North Block, the Ministry of Finance gets worried because they feel GDP will come down, you know, basically that. And they are less bothered about the public transport system. We have to move towards sustainable urbanization and transportation system. And we have to move. I think this slide is very interesting. On the left-hand side, you feel there is a lot of sprawl. But on the right-hand side is having the cities more compact. I was very happy listening Mr. P.P. Singh when he was explaining how Haryana is trying to change its policies, making the, you know, compact areas very particularly. Then from segregation, trying to bring in integration in the city. Then from left-hand side, you feel congestion to, I would say, connectivity. Connectivity is more important, and that is possible if, for example, you have public transport. You know, the sustainable transport is if, for example, you have to cover only a distance of 2 kilometers. Norway, the whole world cycles. 2 kilometers is no distance. You can just cycle it. Then more than 2 kilometers, 5 kilometers, 2 kilometers one can even walk. 5 kilometers you can cycle. But beyond that, public transport system. Finland is one country which is trying to make car free by 2030 because their public transport system is so excellent that you really do not need to keep a car. If you keep a car, just think of 95% time your car is standing. Think of it. You know, you take it maximum to the office, it was just parked there. Then you bring it at home in the evening. Basically, think of the total time. You only keep the car usable maximum for 95%. 95% is not. So we have to do some kind of decoupling GDP from transport emissions. We have beautiful example of Singapore, where as a matter of fact, they have really focused how, for example, GDP is, resulting to 91% kind of increase. That's a kind of Singapore major TDM measures. Congestion pricing, if you drive in Singapore, you have to pay congestion charge. Automatically it gets deducted. And then there are vehicle quota system. That is how they have managed it so well. Electronic road pricing is also there, basically, which actually I said, your car actually has got a kind of label where your money is getting deducted if you are using it during peak hours. That's very, very clear. Sustainable mobility paradigm, basically, he has given, I think this is internationally recognized. We should try to avoid, there is a need for planning efficiency, and you can reduce or avoid the need for travel. That is possible for compact city planning or mixed land use, which basically I would say our friend Mr. P.K. Singh was really sharing. The policies are moving towards that, but more and more states have to really change that. There's a need for, second is need for shift trip efficiency. There's a need for model shift from energy intensive modes to public transport, walking, cycling, and shared mobility. These are the things which basically are highlighted as the second. And then promoting public transport, walking and cycling, transit-oriented development, which was really explained in the case of, let's say, Haryana, shared mobility, etc., etc. And lastly, then improving vehicle efficiency by fuel efficiency, regulatory mechanisms, facilities for public recharging of electric vehicles. This probably is the last slide. Towards sustainable electric mobility, national governments have a very major role. Industry has a major role. Local government also has an effective role to play, because local governments actually, they have to have local taxes and incentives. For example, congestion pricing as in Singapore, or charging infrastructure for electric vehicles if we are moving towards that, etc., etc. I think I'm not going into major detail, but they are all listed, and and we have to design for universal access and safety. Basically, pedestrians remain at the level of the footpath. We have to really increase. Best example available is Barcelona, one country where you can, one city where you can walk from one end to the other end without any problem. Walking, the pedestrian paths are so huge and big, basically you can walk in any corner of the city. It is so beautifully done. And done by whom? By a doctor who was the city mayor, deputy mayor for 15 years, and then mayor for 10 years, and then he was executive director UN Habitat. He has shown the way. This agenda, new urban agenda, was practically, he is like the father of new urban agenda, bringing out all those, it's only a short 22-page document. It's not very long, but all these thoughts are basically coming out of his practical experience. And then this is the nature of streets we should have. Complete streets for all road users, because democratically, we should care for people, who should have more voice, but they do not have voice. Let's say, for example, 20% of the people own cars, but we are widening the roads for those 20%, but not keeping a path, pedestrians, or for that matter, even cyclists or for that matter, two-wheelers. We're not keeping any space for them, but we are more bothered about those 20%. Basically, we have to change the streets in such a manner that we take care of all sections of the society so that they are safe, and that sustainability is significantly important. So planned growth and urbanization, which where he has tried to explain what is the kind of deliberate strategy, and plan for high density along transit corridors. Some of the elements are reflected in your Haryana model, which was presented by Mr. P.P. Singh. I'm very happy about that. And bringing it together globally, we have sustainable development goals, new urban agenda, Paris Agreement, etc., etc. But national level, there are urban policies, but we do not have a national urban policy till date. We do not have a national urban policy, but we need to have it. Basically, we do have a national urban transport policy, but we have to implement it at locally. That is very, very important. Sustainable urban mobility is a multi-stakeholder approach. At national level, they have to set up the policies. At local level, they have to set up the city level targets aligned with SDGs, etc., etc. Civil societies also have a role because participation in preparation of mobility forums, etc., they have to play a role. Academia and research equally has a very major role. A lot of this subject, unfortunately, has not been really taught in many universities. With a lot of persuasion, Guru Nanak Dev University started a master's program, and ISPER has now instituted an award for gold medal for that purpose. That is where perhaps I think there is a role for universities, so that we are able to have people who are really contributing to the transport systems. Thank you very much for that. And if you allow me 3 more minutes, there was another speaker who was to join from Washington, but yesterday she could not make a presentation, but she had a lot of passion that her words should be conveyed. Can you just change that? She is Vaishali Kushan, and when she learned about this, I would say, seminar, she was so excited for one reason, that her family has a house in this place, and she said, well, I will be very happy, although the time will be midnight in Washington, basically. But anyway, the connection was a problem. She tried yesterday. She was to be co-chair in this session. But basically, there was a very nice presentation yesterday by Anupam Khajuria from the United Nations Center for Regional Development. And she mainly focused on what we call circular economy. We are talking of sustainability in today's context, and 3R and circular economy is kind of, as we feel, the need of the hour. 3R basically was earlier being used for the waste management. We try to reduce the waste, we try to reuse the waste, we try to recycle as much as possible. And now we are talking of circular economy, that nothing should go on the landfill sites. Everything should be recycled. Green waste should be, used for composting, and all other dry waste, whether they are metals or glass or paper for that matter or plastic, they all should be recycled. If we are able to do that, nothing should go on the landfill sites. But as a matter of fact, her focus is also basically on circular economy, but she says micro, small and medium-sized enterprises have a very big role for circular economy, particularly for the green building materials, basically. Our previous speaker talked of retrofitting of buildings, etc. It's one way of recycling or one way of circular economy. Some buildings or some brown fields, basically being reused for other purposes. That's also another way. So basically, she has tried to explain the contribution of micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises in green building material industry. I'll not go into greater detail. The concept is basically that these micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, they actually have a very major role because they generate millions of jobs worldwide. It's not only in India, but also elsewhere. These small and medium industries actually have a very major role to play in doing that. Circular economy business model and SMEs are connected. But circular economy model basically is what they say 4 Rs: reduce, reuse, recycle, and repair, resorting the ecology. So if you, for example, have a policy of, having new things, you use them and then throw them away, then again you are using some of the materials, fresh materials, and those materials, but you are just throwing them, they are not recycled, then you are using those materials, raw materials, which for future may not really become available. Many of them will vanish. So we really need to think in terms of how do we recycle those materials. Most of the research is being done in this in the developing world. We in this country are using, for example, the building materials as a raw materials only 1% of the waste, not more than that. And there are several barriers to circular economy business model in green building material industry. She has tried to spell them out, financial constraints, and then there are informational gaps, etc., etc. And consumer awareness is also there. Acceptability is also there. There are several issues in that. And then she has tried to indicate enablers economy model. Her recommendations are financing, climate financing, community development financial institutions, from where the money will really come, basically. And she also thinks in terms of capacity building as a very major role. And then second is the digitalization. The blockchain technology today is very, very important, which links supply and value chain, demand and supply, access to market, access to data, etc., etc. There are several enablers also for MSMEs towards circular economy model. You have to really improve the governance. There's a critical role of cities to do it. Cities have a very major role, obviously, yes. And then packaged services. We have laws in this country. In 2016, for example, there were 6 laws which were there. First one was Municipal Solid Waste Management Rules 2016. Plastic waste management, or for that matter, there were 4 other different waste management laws. No doubt about it, implementation is quite an issue, but for that, everybody's help is needed. At home, we must do the segregation. The segregated waste should be, given, and then segregated waste should be transported also in a segregated manner. So there are several challenges also, but then we really need to, there is everybody's role in that. There are several best practices. She has given examples of Norway or Canada, where, for example, the Canada's Earth Tower, Vancouver, British Columbia, actually how they are using, for example, the buildings for different purposes in this regard. And lastly, of course, there is a circular economy and role for MSMEs in a very big way for reducing CO2 emission to half by 2030, net zero carbon building stock by 2050. These are the targets which are set. We have not, for example, committed for the net zero carbon before 2070. That is what our Honorable Prime Minister committed in COP26. Collaboration between governments and green building material industry, where industry also has a major role, and recognizing the contribution and impact of circular economy. Financing mechanisms for MSMEs, digitalization, empower MSMEs in a very big way. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kulwant. Namal Singh ji for giving voice to Devashish Bhattacharya and Ms. Vaishali and presenting their views. I'm going to be a little unfair to the next four speakers if I can. Can I ask you to limit your presentation for 15 minutes? I'll try to limit my talk itself. I will request Dr. Manoj Pawar to quickly come to the sort of microphone and deliver his session. He's an assistant professor at Deepbandhu Choduram University of Science and Technology. He's frequently engaged in conducting faculty development programs, engaged in architecture and planning consultancy, and he's an IGBC accredited professional. And we would like to sort of hear your point of view. I know it's going to be unfair, but
Thank you very much, Chairman. My presentation is not new to all those who are present and have been studying urban planning from their education level and then have been practicing over a period of time. It's more about recognizing and going through all those practices which have been practiced in past. So this is how why we are doing urban planning, a new urban agenda, why we are talking about it. When my earlier speaker, Professor Gopal Krishnan, has already spoken about it. What is new about it? So the same question is from the audience and to policymakers and all the practitioners from my side also. Why we are calling it new when we have been practicing it from past for a longer period of time and we have been devising and evolving over a period of time. So coming to the question, whenever urbanization period is, we are looking at the urbanization trends that we are having, we are doubling ourselves like almost 10 years. No, every 10 years we are doubling ourselves. It is not about the rate of change in the population. It's more about like the existing population stock that we are having. And over a period of time, when we will be analyzing, let's say, the population pyramid in terms of sex and age, we'll be seeing most of our population will be depending population rather than the population which is engaged in highly productive work. So that is going to happen. And like most of our speakers have discussed about the urbanization trends. So coming to the evolution of urban planning approaches, evolution is something which is like occurring over a period of time, and this is related to object, area, event, processes, or spaces, and we try to adapt and try to come with the equilibrium position where we can go with all the things that are around us and the surroundings. We can go hand in hand to each other. So that's a basically response of the change in their environment. Urban planning, basically, which is a technical and political process, which is focused and related to the land that we are having, and in like let's say spatial planning, it is only about land. In our urban planning approaches, where we are more concerned about all the dimensions of urban planning as more related to the intrinsic and let's say interrelated things which are around us, the environment, the land, the people, the finances, all these things are interrelated to each other. So in terms of approaches, when we are breaking down this approach, so something which is a way to dealing with something and somebody, so it's basically a approach, the act of coming nearer to something, and that's how we are trying to approach the urban planning or the urban issues that we are having in our future. So coming to the history of urban planning, we are in Neolithic era where we were trying to identify various tools and techniques to carve out things and for our livelihood. In terms of pre-classical epic age, we started with, let's say, city planning things where most of the things were planned around, let's say, civic buildings, or in terms of religious buildings were the main core focus of that. The kings were there, their palaces were built. So at that time, the fortification used to be the major thing. In terms of classical and medieval eras, or let's say enlightenment Europe or Baroque time, we were more concerned about beautification of cities. There was nothing that was related to people. It was more about creating images of the cities rather than thinking about the people, the society. So that basically started with where Garden City or City Beautiful moments were there. They started planning about the facilities that these people should be provided. And at the core of industrialization, when we were there, when some issues started raising, we were thinking about it. Like along with the industrialization, when people migrated towards cities, the major migration towards cities, we started having, let's say, our drainage systems were we were trying to revive those drainage systems. And when along with the coming out of the cars or the vehicles and transportation modes, we started developing our roadways. So transportation was giving more major focus. So in post-modern globalization society, when we were thinking about that there are major issues which are related to sustainabilities and let's say environmental sustainability after 1972, this conference. So we started thinking about environmental issues. So this is the background that I'll be having. So you most are aware about it that all these cities have evolved over a period of time. The urban planning process has also evolved, and what we try to do with all the chaos that we see around us, we try to find out some, let's say, order out of this initially homogeneous or disordered states that we are having around us. We try to identify, can we go with certain type of, let's say, order identification or system of things that we can identify. What we try to do is we try to analyze all the things by breaking it down into different parts. We try to then again synthesize to provide a solution to it. And how we try to understand these cities or the urban settlements or any type of settlement, we try to break these settlements into different components. These components need to be understood in detail and understood in detail, and all these components, then we try to reconcile all these things together, and we try to provide a kind of solution to one component only. Considering my previous presentations where people were talking about in transportation sector, in let's say waste sector or in water management systems, we try to go with a single solution, and then we try to identify whether this component will be having impact on the other systems or not. We initially miss that, and this is how we try to define things. We try to identify problem or the approach problem formulation, then we try to research design kind of thing, data collected, data processing, and then we try to analyze and report in terms of master plans or development plans across world. And this used to be a linear process that we had. After a period of time, we try to evolve, and we evolved over a period of time by doing cyclic things in between these processes. Let's say public participation, after gathering data, after let's say right at the state of defining the problem, we try to engage people, and we again recirculate things. The cyclic processes were installed in that. So at the time of like need of interventions, we have various needs. At the time of preparations, we keep on classifying things, reclassifying things. Then at the time of co-creations, we were having these kind of things again, where like draft plans are presented to society, and then they put some comments on it, and we try to again re-engage these people and try to provide solution in within that framework only. This is how different planning provisions are there, different perspective plans are there, and as per UIDPI, this process has been adopted by various states in India. Considering to the simple one-sided plan, considering let's say sustainable urban mobility planning, if we divide the same thing in different components, this can be one cyclic model where we try to identify a decision to prepare a sustainable urban mobility plan. This can be our first, let's say, milestone, and over a period of time we can keep on creating the same processes that we were doing, that defining a problem, then approach formulation, research design, all these things were there. So we are actually producing the similar kind of thing, but the thing is we are trying to detail it out in terms of urban mobility plans. In terms of urban planning and its visualization, we have evolved over, like first documented map appeared somewhere in 4000 BC. That there it has been, let's say, ancient rock carving method have been there. Then the early standards of one of the oldest example of visualization influencing the layout of the city basically appeared in China. So these were the urban alignment processes, and this was just a one dimensional thing that we are talking about, that we are trying to depict the plan. Another things could have been like the financial evolution over a period of time, financial documentation of things over a period of time, the let's say urban metabolism processes over a period of time, the waste processing over a period of time. So all those processes should need to be integrated together. This is how we started perceiving data over a period of time. From the maps, we have started processing these data in terms of, let's say, various graphs and presentations, so people have different ability to understand. We try to represent because it's a planner's form, and we can easily understand what a map is, what a plan is, what planning document is, what master plan is, so we can easily understand. But however, whenever we are presenting it to general public, it becomes very difficult for us to like present these kind of documents. So technology have evolved over a period of time, and with the help of technology we need to be evolved, and this is how we are evolving. With the help of GIS and remote sensing data, we can easily see that how cities are evolving over a period of time in just planning shape, with the help of smart city, where digitization tools have been increasing in different domains. So all these tools can be utilized in planning for documentation and all this. I won't forget to mention that our previous speaker, when he was presenting, Shri TL Satyaprakash ji, Director TCPO, when he was presenting that the data is there, they are producing the data, but is that data really available to everyone? The question remains there. So all these data that we are having, or the another question may be that we are having strong Bhuvan repository available with us, but that data is nowhere available for us. At the same time, when NASA satellites, let's say Landsat data are there, they at a resolution 30 meters. If they can provide that data free, why not our own country, which is producing the data? So all this dataset and data could have been provided free, at least for planners, or maybe for technical education institutions where we are trying to teach the various plan formulation and these kind of processes. When we try to see all these processes, so first thing was goal formulation. In every master plan documentation or development plan documentation and planning studies, we try to identify goal. So that goal, initially, if we try to point it out in terms of historical evolution, earlier it used to be religious, then it was development of image of the city, then it was improvement in services of various land uses, integrated land uses and transportation. Then with the increasing complexity of cities, urban centers have been majorly trying to, or the development plans have been majorly trying to, let's say, problem solving capabilities. So solving these problems and fulfilling the aspirations of the residents of the cities. Then we come across various city planning, let's say what they call lingos over a period of time, when we are saying sustainability, smart cities, livable cities, resilient cities, response to the pandemic. So these have been evolved. So all these, this processes has also been evolved. When initially it used to be a vision of the individual, the king, or any representation of the king. Then the goal formulation become part of the, was given to the experts, and they used to develop that goal formulation. Same is the process which is happening to as on date also. Consider smart city mission or any smart city mission. So that vision becomes very important. Then the goal formulation is evolved over a period of time by involving various stakeholders. Then we try to identify that goal by getting public responses in terms of their aspirations and acquisitions. And then what we are doing now is getting the data out of various sensors and so on with the help of IoTs. And with all these data, we are trying to inculcate our thoughts into artificial intelligence and to make decision into it, that all the citizens are basically trying to identify that there should be something related to, let's say, metro system or mass transit system. How we try to identify it? With the help of Google Maps. If you'll see that AI of the Google Map is trying to identify the origin and destination studies, where in a transportation study, our first study, the survey remains the origin and destination. So AI is helping us to define that origin and destination. We can easily identify that what should be the major routes that where we can play these mass transit systems. Evolution in the data collection processes, where survey used to be the measurements and all these things. As on date, we are talking about drones, and we are talking about, let's say, public gathering of data. So we are getting data from these kind of things. So this has also evolved over a period of time. This is only one component where we are trying to get data about land. So this has also evolved. We try to collect, we try to store, decomplexify by coding it, then we again decode it, and then we contextualize, model, and reason. With the help of all these things, we try to model things, and we try to project things over a period of time, that what happened over the past, why did it happen, and then what will happen in future, why should it be done, and what can be improved, and or let's say to automate it. so that the future problems cannot occur in the same line which used to happen and which have been happening in the past. So the same thing is being presented in new urban agenda also, that it shouldn't go the cities that we are living in, it should be more livable. But isn't livability a contextual thing? Considering the socio-economic profile of different people, we may aspire as livability standards in totally different as compared to the European cities, or let's say American cities or Australian cities. So the livability benchmark should be established. Those benchmarks which have been already established, they are not catering to all the social groups. For example, let's say this relative and subjective aspirations of residents should be recorded, and over a period of time these models have also evolved, where we used to have representation models, processes, then models related to evolution, changes, impact, decision making. All these models used to be linear, and over a period of time they have, like, we used to have administrative control kind of thing, so that the linear process response system can be established. Now all these processes have become cyclic, that the feedback, we are getting feedback out of the output. That's why we are talking about this recyclability, or let's say 3R system that we are having, that we should get it reinserted into the financial system. And that's how our industry is also growing. Consider the steel industry, where we are reusing the steel, and almost 70% of the steel already which is available in market, it is basically reused steel. And data analysis techniques have been evolved, and they have been, like, with the help of AI, which I have already presented. So they have been evolution in alternative formulation. That the draft was initially based on subjective assessment and understanding. Single draftsman, or let's say a town planner, used to do it, and then they used to present it to various experts or their colleagues, and inputs from various disciplines were invited. And why not the go at the goal formulation time? So if we'll be clubbing all these various stakeholders right at our starting, and we'll formulate a team, then it'll be feasible for us. And there's something which I found missing in our new urban agenda. Scenario developments, new processes have been evolving over a period of time. The master plan that we use, alternatives used to be developed, but were there possibilities in earlier time where model development was there in terms of graphical, physical, or computer-aided modeling, and the sensitivity analysis which we are able to do with the help of computational models or the simulation techniques that we are having in academics. Are we actually exercising all these models in practice? No, I'm really sorry, they are not being followed. We all study all these techniques right at the time of our education, but when we are doing this, let's say in planning, we are majorly concentrated towards which can be easily done. Most of us remain highly engaged in the meetings. I recall one Jaspal Bhatti's episode in that, where he was like more into, okay, we are having a meeting, so what to do? So all the people gathered in the office, and they tried to point it out, like, okay, samosa kahan rakhna hai, chai kahan rakhni hai. We decided that in the first meeting. So what was the meeting outcome? It was being recorded, and the meeting output was, okay, the next date of the meeting is the output. So the new meeting was fixed. So, and the location of samosa and kachori was fixed, chai was fixed. Evolution in decision making, where we were having individuals, the king or the vision maker, he was the individual. Then we evolved towards the expert groups, where integration of all the stakeholders or representation of all the stakeholders of the society members were there. Then what we are trying to do now with the help of AI, we are trying to go with the involvement of all the entire population. Earlier we used to have a sample survey kind of thing. Now we are trying to, like, get responses from all the stakeholders of the society, not the stakeholders, the entire population we are trying to go with. How do we make these decisions? The processes and the models have also evolved over a period of time. Earlier, like in my master's time and in my bachelor's time also, when I was studying this, the averaging method was the best one, because it was the easiest one. Then we studied more. So multi-attribute utility theory that we studied in our planning education, that used to be the easiest model. Then analytical hierarchical processing, analytic networking processes, case-based reasoning, data envelopment analysis, DEA. So all these things have been evolving over a period of time, and we are trying to identify, are we not practicing this? we actually were, considering the TOPSIS model that we are having in our academic system, we are actually using in practice, but to name that we are unable to find out these techniques, and we are unable to put it forward to the society so that the society will also understand this, considering two words. Considering the society, for example, landfill site identification, TOPSIS is one of the technique, the contradictory land use formulation that we are trying to identify, all these are part of it. Evolution in implementation, where government agencies were actually implementing all these plans. Private development agencies try to intervene, then public-private partnership is being engaged, and special vehicles have been formulated. So all these processes have been there. In terms of, let's say, new agenda and way forward, considering that we should try to develop a plan formulation framework, which Ministry of Urban and Housing Development has already put forward their way. We highly appreciate in academics that they are actually trying to go with it. But are we really implementing it? The question always remains this, but the answer from the government agencies remains, we are not enough to integrate that. We are not trying to we are not having that strength so that we can do all this planning formulation for all the settlements. So why not to do the capacity building in urban planning discipline? The answer is to utilize educational institutions, interdisciplinary education acceptances should be there. We are trying to identify that the education has gone interdisciplinary in nature, but are we really accepting that the ITPI or other educational institutions, are we really accepting it? I did a course where infrastructure design and management was part of it. IIT Kharagpur planned it. It was not accepted as part of planning, and to the best knowledge that I was having, I was reading most of the subject that the urban planners were reading. Apart from that, it was kind of one special course which was introduced so that to meet the societal needs. So, but are we really accepting it? So if we have to go with interdisciplinary kind of applications in the society, we need to accept this kind of education also. Bringing research and education in planning practice and practice in education to utilize technology. See, we are appointing a town planner at the age of 25 or 30, up to 30, considering. Are we? Yeah, two more slides, last time. So are we really, like, let's say, making them go under training over a period of time so that they can they can go back and research upon the planning principles and theories that we have already read, so they should be allowed to go with that. We'll need to, let's say, computer aided complex modeling for sensitivity analysis we should do for majority of the cities, so we should recommend this kind of formulation also. I'll skip my topic. So these are the things. So thank you very much.
Dr. Manoj. It was an excellent heartfelt speech towards the end and trying to advocate towards new techniques by all academicians, data sharing. So it was very well received. And thank you for presenting the historical comprehensive perspective on the planning and evolution of planning. It was really very, very educational. Sorry, we could not give you more time. Can I quickly ask Dr. Paulami Ghosh, and please ask her to stick to, just look at that number 2 over there. Please don't try to cross that. That's the number which we are trying to target. Dr. Paulami Ghosh is Program Director of the MBA Real Estate and Urban Infrastructure Management Program at Nigma University. She's passionate towards creating better quality of life for Indian cities and the citizens through active engagements. She is a PhD in a specialized area of mixed land use from COEP, SPPU Pune. And she's a wonderful colleague of mine also.
I know it's a difficult task, but yes, you will fulfill it. Don't worry.
I'll try.
Okay, thank you for giving me this opportunity. In this 15 minutes, I will take you on a very long journey of only 8 years of transportation projects that we have done in Pune. So Pune very frequently figures in one of the fastest growing cities in South Asia. Most of this growth is happening in the peripheral areas. That is, you can see in a census town, a population growth rate of 90%. We are basically an agglomeration of two main cities of Pune and Pimpri-Chinchwad. Bad time to talk about population because we didn't have a census this year. But in 2011, it was 31 lakhs and 17 lakhs. I'm sure we have crossed that 1 crore mark in Pune now. Pune metropolitan region and Mumbai metropolitan region, they share a boundary, and you can see on the top side where the growth is actually happening. All these pink areas is where all this growth is happening. We did not have a development authority until 2015, which means most of this growth has happened in Gram Panchayat areas, which were not so regulated. The Pune Corporation was responsible for making the master plan, which it made it for its own boundary region, and all that growth that has happened outside was not under their control. Now we have the Pune Development Authority. So these are all my authorities who play a role in doing all these development projects. Corporations, the couple of corporations, the only two organizations who have people say in it, who have a elected body in it. But we have the Metropolitan Development Authority. The PMPML is the authority that takes care of our public buses. They were de-linked from the corporation so that they can become financially sustainable, which it hasn't. And then now, as we are moving away from long-term planning to a project-based kind of development that we do in the cities, we have these SPVs that are there, the smart city SPV that was created, and now we have the metro. We have a couple of SPVs that are doing our metro projects. Little more about this projects a little later. The National Urban Transport Policy struck all the correct chords where these pictures from Ahmedabad became their face of it. We spoke about the complete streets that Sir was talking about, non-motorized transportation, placemaking on the roads. All those are correct things. Two very good things they spoke about is a comprehensive city transportation plan that we must have so that all these transportation projects, hopefully they would synergize. And because I was showing you the list of organizations that we have, everybody with an interest in doing something in the roads of Pune so that they get, they are seen that they're doing something, we must have this unified metropolitan transportation authority who would kind of check through all these plans. Now in Pune, all transportation projects have to go through this UMTA authority. They thankfully are only a committee pulled in from all these organizations who regularly kind of allow all these projects to happen. All these initiatives in Pune, I majorly will talk about the BRTS. Kind of 2015 and 16 have been our sweet spot where we came out with our pedestrian policy for the city. We did the bicycle projects. We did the smart streets project from 16 and it's kind of ongoing. And then from 2017, we are also building our metro projects. So I'm very proud of this program of Pune Streets that brought into transforming our roads into more of urban vital spaces that Sir was talking about. The citizens of Pune, particularly the first road that was taken up, it was, that road was struggling with lack of parking. So they wanted to widen and provide more parking. People stood up and they told, you take away one lane from the road, you reduce the capacity of the road, give that place to the pedestrians. That's how the first road was taken. Now almost 25% of our roads are under this program. This is how the roads have kind of transformed, where we're looking at the streets, not only the pedestrians to move by. By the way, sir, you would be very happy to walk in the market areas of Pune. Pedestrians, yes. Cycle track, yes. But also, if you see this particular picture at the bottom on the left side, this is right outside my Institute of Nikmar. It used to be very blank wall, as a professor in that college, it used to be very dark and unwelcoming to walk on that road. The only intervention that they did is they created this very differently labeled sitting areas. Now we have our students who go and gather there in the evening. The metro project is happening right on the road, so I have the construction workers who come and sit and have their lunch over there, and that entire area has become more vibrant, more lively. These are the small interventions that they got into the roads of Pune, which actually the urban design, which used to be a myth, this is where it is now has become a reality. They have stopped implementing those IRC sections, road sections, which comes with a small footpath, and they're actually working more in plans to transform these areas. For example, this is one of the market area. They would see what is the land use in that area and give a kind of design intervention for this. And yeah, they have taken away all these negative areas and transformed into more of a positive areas in terms of pedestrian and all the street infrastructure that came with it. To go down, for it to go down well with the public, they also do a lot of activities. These happy streets you would have kind of experience in many cities. We also celebrate 11th December as our pedestrian day. They call in a lot of activities on our roads, and people kind of get a feel of what it could be to be on the streets of the road now that the culture of gully cricket is going away. And this is where our good story kind of ends. If I look at the public transport of Pune, no, the PMPM bus service, the city bus service kind of serves 95% of our area. It has the, the primary mode of travel is walking, actually 55%, hence those roads. But 10% only of the population travel by buses, but they do have an accessibility throughout my region. And these MRTS projects, BRTS and the metro together is catering to only 25% of the area right now. And this is a very sorrow state of the BRTS project that was launched with a very fanfare in 2007, went down, revived back through JNNURM in 2016 when we bought all those A-class buses, rainbow buses. Those buses are still serving our purpose in PMPML. But if you look at this picture, BRTS corridor is open for all vehicles because the metro work is kind of going on. After the metro project gets over, probably, I don't know what would be the state of that BRTS project. This article does a very good job of telling what is happening to all my 6 corridors of BRTS that I have. Free for all, non-operative, and never started. This is the state of all that money that went on. Those buses are still there, but as a system, this BRTS has kind of failed. I'm going to skip this slide. This is the reason why it has kind of failed. So this is the parent authority who's taking care of this BRTS project. Like you can see over here, it has gone on a route of bankruptcy. These are all the losses it has been kind of making. It being de-linked from the corporation, they do not have any other sources of income other than just operating these buses, which we also want to, keep them affordable. And there are lots of other reasons why this is kind of happening. And then comes in the metro rail policy, which it does talk about the system approach that Sir was talking about. We want to look at what is happening in the city, make it as a transforming kind of project. But this is where they also talk about these factors, that we must look at reducing the cost, looking at financial sustainability of that project, and how do we make it operational, those kind of scenario. So we have 2 main projects in metro that is going on. One that is being implemented by Maha Metro. It's a joint venture company of Government of Maharashtra and Government of India, trying to do something on the roads of Pune, which basically comes under the corporation area. And we have another route, which is the PMRD, which is the Regional Authority, Metropolitan Authorities kind of doing. It is a PPP project. So with the private party, they are looking at the metro as one project, these many stations. This is the viaduct, and kind of that's it. This is this picture actually. Even though all these awards that Pune Metro is winning in terms of technology, if you look at this picture, there are a lot of problems that I see over here. The blue building in the background is the corporation of Pimpri-Chinchwad. On this road, there is a metro, there is a BRTS corridor, there is an arterial road that is there. This is what would happen if you do that origin destination survey, crunch those numbers and see, okay, this is the route on which major people are traveling. So hence all these systems. So instead of a synergetic relationship between all my transportation system, here it is kind of competing. And this road that you see, it is very easy to get a 6-seater auto there actually. So it's much cheaper and much easier to travel with a 6-seater auto rather than any of these parallel systems that are kind of coming up. So BRTS and metro, yes, in Pune we can say that it is kind of contesting, and it is also having a lot of effect on the property that is developing around that area. So we were also listening a lot about urban sprawl, and if this metro has kind of increased the land prices, given all that development or all that demand of development that is there. There are a lot of redevelopment projects that we are looking at in Pune. 80,000 societies combining Pune and Mumbai are looking at redeveloping their project, and this kind of serves the purpose. In doing this project of metro, this is the Bane road. This is the very road that is the same road that goes from in front of my institution. Because they are looking at this metro project in silo, they need that land to build that metro. So they are kind of reducing those nice footpaths that I was showing you, so that there's just sufficient space to kind of put that metro in. It is surely having a lot of impact on the kind of livability that we have. So if you look at this picture, no parking. This area, this is a kind of a street food kind of a junction we have. Now it is, you can feel the pressure on that. Okay, I'm going to skip this very bizarre HCMTR corridor. It was a part of our master plan. It was the only project that figured in the development plan of Pune 20 years ago. Now they want to do that, and now probably the relevance of the project is not there anymore. So this is one junction, University Circle. You can see there was a fountain, a very walkable place in the city. Then it suffered from a lot of traffic. So in 2007, they put up this flyover over there. Then the flyover kind of did not resolve the traffic issues, and now you have the metro coming. So they kind of demolished this flyover last year, and now this is the situation. You can see the barricades that the metro project is putting up over there, and now they plan to have this double-decker system on that, on HTMCR corridor. On this corridor, they also want the Neo Metro to run on that to serve as a public transport. So basically, you are getting my point that there are a lot of, alternate proposals that each organization is kind of putting up. That brings me to this TOD policy. The transit-oriented development, which we all were now listening, actually does a very good job in framing all this nomenclature. Even if we look at optimized density, we are not talking about increasing our density like the rest of the world. In our context, we have told we will optimize the density. All the remaining things that you see, last mile connectivity and non-motorized vehicles, they are all focused towards improving the livability of that particular area, that particular city, protect the residential neighborhood and scenarios like that. This is what is happening in terms of TOD in Pune. If you look at all of this, the first question is, which corridor should I give this TOD policy? Do I give TOD policy to BRTS corridor or not? They want to make money, or they want to get some money to do this HCMTR corridor. So let me do this TOD, give them TOD for this HCMTR corridor also. Metro definitely yes. Then they are looking at what these policies could be. And if you look at all these policies, the main principle that they are looking at this TOD policy is only the FSI and the premium FSI. The concept of premium FSI, that we have a very basic one FSI that is allowed. Any additional FSI, there is some money that the developer has to pay to take that. So for TOD zone, that is around 500 meter radius around the station, they want to charge a premium of 60% of the ready reckoner rate for residential area, 75% for the commercial. Then all this money that the Pune Corporation will make. So now just imagine this. This is will also boost the redevelopment project. The revenues of the corporation would kind of go high because of those redevelopment projects. Then they are also charging a metro cess of 1% on the property buyers, and then they will have all this money from this premium FSI. Here they are saying that they will also share it with the Maha Metro and the Metro Authority as a project finance kind of a system. There were not many takers for this additional premium FSI. Rates were too high. Now they are slashing the kind of rates. And in the larger sense, a lot of people are gaining from this. Corporation redevelopment projects and all that, premium FSI will bring them more finances, very good. Developers, they can redevelop the project, sell in the market, make a lot of money, very good. The people whose projects are being redeveloped, they get a better houses, they look at it from the investment perspective, they are kind of earning from this, everybody is benefiting from this, except probably the future generation, where if you see over here, the impact assessment was commissioned long time ago. They haven't done that impact assessment yet, but lots of projects have already been kind of sanctioned. So probably in the future, all those amenities, all those streets which are already lacking could be really, really strained. So it's probably the future generation who would kind of suffer over there. And I do not have any solution for all these contesting projects that we are doing in Pune as such. But hopefully, like for the streets, we took a lot of citizens' work. I mean, it was the citizens activist group who kind of did a lot of lobbying for that project. Hopefully, this would also work out for Pune. And I think that is where I will kind of end my project. Yeah. I will
Thank you, Dr. Pallavi Ghosh. You stuck to the time. I know you crossed the time. A couple of things, but that's fine. Thank you for being a wonderful advocate of Pune City also. We all welcome you there. If you're there, please come and visit us. I know, I think Adam must be waiting for a very, very long time. Adam? Are you there?
Good morning. Hello.
Yeah. Good. You are here. We are looking forward to hear you. Your topic, the retrofit conundrum. I know we are running quite late, but we welcome you all the same.
He's early. He's from UK.
Yeah. Adam Shepherd is a lecturer in urban planning and design, School of Arts, Architecture and Environment in the University of Gloucestershire. And his research focus is on development management and planning decision making. He's also a chartered town planner who has spent quite a bit of time in practice, and now guess for last 15 years moved into academia. Without wasting too much time, I will request Mr. Adam Shepherd to please share his thoughts.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Hopefully you can see my slides. Please say if you can't. Yeah, good morning from a very cold, snowy, frozen Cheltenham in Gloucestershire. Really interesting presentations to follow on from. I'll try and keep to time. I want to talk to you quickly about some work I've been doing this semester with my students, looking at where we are in realizing our aspirations around sustainable development. Myself, this is where I work. I work at the University of Gloucestershire, which is in sort of the west, middle west-ish of England. You can see there on the plan. I teach planning practice. My university specialises in the team I'm in urban planning, architecture and urban design and landscape architecture. So we're quite a design orientated group that we work in, and we've been spending some time this semester looking at urban design approach, building design approach to delivering sustainable development. We've been particularly interested in looking at elements of what creates sustainable place, and when we consider the different dimensions of individual choice, individual behavioral considerations, design at the property scale, design at the neighbourhood place scale, and strategic levels of consideration in terms of everything from policy to above local urban design and planning approaches. We wanted to, when we look at practice, that reflects current thought often. This is an example from my local municipality, Cheltenham, looking at how we create sustainable, this is relatively low density, but sustainable property. So new build requirements on property, which in the UK context, of course, thinking about densities and climate conditions, but things like the orientation of the property, issues around overheating, cooling, the use of renewable energy, how we embed ecology and biodiversity on a plot by plot basis, how we manage water, water recycling, water efficiency, low carbon heat, ventilation, waste management, flooding management through permeable surfacing, transport around electric car charging, parking facilities for cycles, thinking about the form compactness. So new build construction, we have a good idea of what we should be delivering, and we're starting to see that trickle through in new development. At the neighborhood scale, a real area of emphasis across Europe and increasingly North America is the 15-minute city or the 20-minute place. Many of you, I'm sure, have heard of the 15-minute city. Excuse me. Originally, pardon me, Carlos Moreno presented this about a decade ago, and more recently we've seen other key stakeholders, in this case Town and Country Planning Association, presenting the idea of a 20-minute neighbourhood. This is really about a return to the neighbourhood scale, something which thought has accelerated around in the context of COVID, the COVID crisis, which has meant that we've been more present in our local communities. The 15-minute city or the 20-minute place, it doesn't really matter which one we focus on. They're all about key aspects of livability within our immediate proximity. So the ability to walk or cycle 15 to 20 minutes and have access to all that we need. So walkability, cyclability, livability, allowing us to live, work, and have access to all the facilities and infrastructures that we need, including things like access to good quality green open spaces, all of our learning requirements, shopping, employment opportunities, food production, and thinking about that in an inclusive and diverse way, thinking about all age groups and circumstances. So this is really a key area of policy that's being focused upon in Europe and North America particularly, but also globally to varying degrees, thinking about that immediate environment in which we live. That's becoming translated into various different areas of best practice, policy and guidance. This is a relatively recent piece of research that the Royal Town Planning Institute and the Royal Society for the Protection of Birds published, with support, as you can see, from the consultancies involved across ecology, planning, design, architecture, and environmental sciences, looking at how we can create at the area, neighborhood, street and plot scale sustainability in what we create. And that's thinking very much in transport, amenity, facilities, infrastructure, public transport, topography and water, heat, energy and power. And thinking about how that translates at scale and how that translates thematically. So thinking about heat maps relating to public transport accessibility and how that translates into mobility opportunities, through to neighborhood scale functionality and interrelationship, down to street sections and livability at a street scale. And then, as I say, onto the property scale as well. So over the last couple of years particularly, we've seen a lot of growth in policy development and the sharing of best practice. We've also seen developments in regulation as well. Last year, the UK published the Environment Act, which included within its requirement for biodiversity net gain. Biodiversity net gain essentially requires that all new development coming forward in England needs to leave the site with a 10% biodiversity enhancement compared to the beginning of the development. Now, that may be achieved on-site or off-site through contributions to off-site areas of biodiversity. But the intention here is to address the ongoing and continuing decline in biodiversity and ecology in our environment. In theory, this will lead to at least a statistically increasing level of biodiversity. In practice, this is quite a challenged area of policy. It's something which I've done a piece of research on quite recently. I've just shared in the chat for your that can perhaps be shared, a piece of work that I did recently looking at biodiversity net gain. we've got an enormous amount of guidance that's come out over the last 3 to 4 years that look at everything from urban design, property design, placemaking, building with nature, landscape-led design, multi-species planning, person-centered placemaking, and all of the things that we think make quality new environments. And as I say, we start to see that trickling through in new development. But one of the key areas of challenge that we've identified is with regards retrofit. So the presentation that came before mine, excellent presentation, a really interesting one to follow on from, given some of the challenges that were highlighted. In the UK context, a little more specifically, one of the key challenges is our housing stock, which, as you can hopefully see on this slide, has probably the oldest housing stock in Europe. We have a particularly large stock of Victorian housing, so housing from roughly the mid-1800s to the early 1900s, which looks, diversity of appearances, but often will look a little bit like the property in the bottom right photo there. I live in a house a bit like that from 1904. Real challenges with how we deal with property like this. So in the case of my house, for example, I have no cavity. So we're not able to provide the insulation that we need to deal with heat. It creates issues around condensation, around damp, around heating cost and heating facilities. Real challenges with how we deal with that legacy property that we have. And actually that legacy property is problematic right up until probably the last decade or so, in terms of some of those characteristics of property that we want to see and that I showed you earlier. We know how to retrofit properties to a certain extent, looking at everything from chimneys to our loft spaces, to our heating systems, to our appliances, to driveways, windows, roofs, etc. The challenge is cost. The challenge is how that is funded. And there are some government schemes, but they are quite limited and they aren't accessible to all. So I, as a homeowner, am placed in a situation where for me to create a sustainable property, to retrofit sustainability into my property, I essentially need to resource that. And I don't have the finances to do that. So bit by bit, I can do things to my house. I've got new windows, I've got a new roof, but I certainly can't afford some of the new technologies, ground source heat pumps and such like, that would help me take another step, more insulation, another step. Very problematic. So the retrofit property is significantly challenging in countries like the UK. We also have the challenge of the interface between heritage and retrofit. Many properties of the era that I'm talking about are protected. They exist in conservation areas or listed buildings. That means there's a balance between what we do to that property to ensure that it's more sustainable in its characteristics and how we balance its heritage value. And we see in planning decision making different balances of weight being given to the heritage qualities of a property versus the impact on that property resulting from new technologies, particularly around sustainability. And then when we look at the neighborhood scale, we've got some of the real legacy challenges of the post-war period. Large areas of urban sprawl across the UK, the USA particularly, and some parts of Europe. Very large areas of urban sprawl which do not have facilities, the infrastructure, the walkability and cyclability that we look for. We also have the impact of large out of town, edge of town shopping malls and the impact on those. They're all car orientated. We drive to them, leaving behind our neighborhood, leaving behind often our own towns and cities, which continue to struggle to be economically viable. So we have places that are not walkable, are not livable, and are linked to unsustainable development from the latter part of the 20th century, the second half of the 20th century, that mean that retrofitting the 20-minute place concept into these areas is enormously problematic. The ability to put walkability and livability into places that weren't designed on those principles is enormously challenging. And yet it's a key area of focus that I would argue we're not investing enough time or money into. It's an area of real challenge. How do we retrofit those concepts into places not designed to achieve them? What it takes is, I would suggest, implementation supported by local authorities, by municipalities. It requires intervention by the state for reasons I'll come on to. We do see examples where the municipality has been brave in its decision making. This is an example from Nottingham in the centre of England, where a large town centre mall was essentially vacant, demolished, and in the process of redeveloping, they're retrofitting into the urban centre significant areas of green open space that are biodiversity rich. This is a brave decision because it requires the local authority to put aside potential financial gains, financial opportunities to achieve health and well-being, ecological and biodiversity gains. It needs city scale, arguably national scale action. I was very lucky to sit in on a presentation by Ayon Taraftar from Vijayawada, who was talking to us about climate conscious planning and looking at some cities across India where at a strategic scale, very present challenges around sustainability and climate change, in this case, particularly heat stress, was being explored, particularly through the lens of retrofit, how we can look to create areas of green space, to redesign building form to allow for heat escape, and how we can retrofit sustainability through green-blue interventions, happening at the strategic scale with significant municipality intervention. And that scale of intervention is critical. If we look at the places where the 15-minute city is being taken seriously, probably the best example is Paris, where the mayor of Paris has talked about a proximity explosion. So looking at proximity, the 15 to 20-minute walkability, cyclability, and how we can retrofit that on a city scale. Enormously ambitious and bringing with it enormous investment from the municipality of Paris, a necessity to achieve the aspirations. The key points that I want to summarize from in terms of these areas of challenge, I'm mindful of time. We need a legislative response, but the legislative response can't simply focus on what we are going to do in new areas of development, on new development areas, or even simply on redevelopment areas. It also needs to look at how we retrofit existing property. The majority of properties that we will live in and that probably our children will live in already exist. That's where we need a key focus, because at the moment there's an underinvestment in it. But there's a real challenge around financial circumstances. Many municipalities, many governments are under extreme financial stress. So it does take a brave decision to intervene in a scenario where financial gain, financial viability even may be challenging. So it demands financial bravery and financial commitment. It demands state intervention at the municipality and national scale, and it demands that the industry responds appropriately. There's a dependency relationship between the state and the private sector in terms of how we achieve our aspirations. And that has to be mindful, of course, of financial circumstances and priorities. Right now in the UK, there's a lot of talk in the media, as there is across Europe and North America, around things like food banks, our inability to afford to heat our homes because of the financial distress that we're experiencing. That means for many people, they're prioritizing basic living needs over their ability to invest in their homes. And the same for municipalities, their ability to invest in their own areas when they're trying to provide for the most fundamental needs of the citizens. And that's something which has parallels around the world, of course. So priorities are a real challenge. The dependency relationship between the state and industry, linked to those financial circumstances and the legislative context. But there are also practical challenges, things like land ownership and assembly. Now, actually, nations like India are in an advantageous position because of the land readjustment model, whereas in countries like the UK, we use compulsory purchase, which is far more challenging and complex, far more sensitive, and far less likely to happen. So our ability to retrofit things like green space Things like adaptations to our streets are problematic because of the different land ownership that exists and our inability to influence and impact, and in some cases gain control over that land ownership. So at the neighborhood scale, retrofit is very problematic from a land ownership assembly perspective. There's then the land management and stewardship perspective, particularly problematic around things like retrofitted or new areas of green open space, or the creation of tree-lined streets where they weren't there before. Who owns them? Who manages it? Where does stewardship come from? Where do the financial resources come from? This is particularly problematic. It's something we see right now in the context of the delivery of biodiversity net gain and new areas of green open space, where municipalities don't have the resources to fund and maintain them anymore. There becomes a dependency relationship then with communities needing to take ownership of their own assets, which can be very demanding and challenging for those communities. We then have space competition. The aspiration, and again, we see this in biodiversity net gain, is multifunction green space. So spaces that can work for sustainable urban drainage, can also work for biodiversity provision, can also work for play. However, in reality, these three things, these three functions, may be provided by three different areas, potentially across the public and private sector, competing land ownership, competing interests, competing needs, and quite fundamental challenges around how humans interact with spaces, things like water safety and play, for example, humans interacting with biodiversity. So although we aspire to deliver multifunctional spaces, the practical reality of that is hugely problematic. It's also the cost implications. Biodiversity net gain was described to me as a fixed cost, something that development needs to deliver. And if it needs to deliver that fixed cost, other areas get squeezed and compromised. Things like design quality, urban design principles. There's a development near me in Gloucester, which was recently approved. And because of the financial viability, it didn't deliver any affordable housing or green open space on site. They argued the site was undeliverable if they were expected to achieve that, which links back to industry responses and the structure and nature of the private sector construction industry, which is where the viability and market forces comes from. The closing point I'd like to make is twofold. In terms of where I started this presentation, we think we know how to do what we need to do. And I think to a certain extent we do, but I think it's important that we're not arrogant with that. And we're mindful that to a certain extent, we've always thought we've known what to do. We look at many of the legacy challenges that we see across North America and Europe. They come from the post-war period in particular, where we built for the car, where we had significant developments that were car orientated, that were urban sprawl orientated. And in the moment, we thought we knew what we were doing. I think it's really important that we're mindful of the limitations of our current thinking, and particularly our ability to actually deliver on our aspirations. I think this is a critical point. There are two things at the moment that are hugely problematic. One is that current research, there's two screenshots of current research in England, they tell us that we're still not building what we should be building. So there's a piece of research from 2 years ago there that shows that new house building in England is still overwhelmingly mediocre or poor. A piece of research looking at what are supposed to be best practice garden villages in the UK. In reality, they're the same unsustainable housing estates that we've been building for the last 2 to 3 decades. So at the moment, we are not building enough of what we should be building. The large scale housing development continues to be delivering unsustainable development. The other element is that other image you can see there, the design deficit. We have a shortage of planners, of architects, of urban designers, of landscape architects, of ecologists. There are not enough people in the profession. There is not enough money within municipalities to pay those people in those professions, which means there is a shortage of people and a shortage of skills, which reinforces the challenge of delivering something different to the inadequate development that is still too often being delivered. So although the title of this was the retrofit challenge, and I think that is absolutely an area that we are under investing in and need to focus on, mindful of all the challenges, I think we also need to be very honest about where we are right now and the challenges that we have with what we're building right now and our ability to move on from that and deliver better. And by all means, if any of that was interesting or you'd like to follow up, then do get in touch. I hope that was interesting. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Adam. It was really, really interesting. The way you have sort of put across the need and the list of actions one needs to take to sort of get to the dream of 15 minutes or 20-minute cities that we are looking for. Thank you for pointing out the sort of a comparison between UK and India also, so it becomes very relevant discussion in this particular forum. Without wasting much time, I think if you will stick around, we have one more session. We are going to have Ms. Anup Kaur. She is the Manager Urban Planning, PMIDC Local Government Department from Chandigarh, and she's going to talk about reorienting policies for slum redevelopment and resettlement, a case study of state of Punjab. She's an urban planner. She has 14 years of work experience with various domains of planning. She's presently heading the Planning and GIS Drone Division of Punjab Municipal Infrastructure Development Company. And she has worked on various projects of slum redevelopment and other associated projects. I'll just ask her to start, please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone, for the wonderful presentations. Definitely, we have done so many things. I, Anup Kaur, from PMDC Department of Local Government, Punjab. So there they have mentioned Chandigarh, but it is like Department of Local Government, Punjab. So today I will discuss about the slum development program of Basera in Punjab. In this, what we are doing, what approaches we have taken, what the technologies we are using, and what are the impact and what we are doing in next phase. So I think I can skip this slide because we all have discussed and everyone discussed very, very well manner what is the urbanization. But yes, increased trends of urbanization, management of urbanization become critical achieve sustainable growth. This one is okay. So what is the scale of urban population living in slum globally? The proportions of slum dwellers in urban area across all developing region has reduced. As we can see in the bar graph, that it has reduced since 1990s, but the numbers have been gradually increased gradually. India contributed to 63% of total slum population in Central and Southern Asia, as sir already discussed this one. Urban population living in slums in India. 1/5 of the urban population, urban households, 13.75 million households in India live in slums as per the census of 2011. 108,000 slums in India, it is as per the slums census of 2011. So problems like overcrowding, lack of ventilation, sanitation facilities make safe and healthy living difficult in slums and informal settlements. The challenges faced in such settlements are not new. We are aware about it. These are not the new problems, but yes, COVID-19 has spotlighted the need for a more robust and immediate solution to tackle the crisis. The programs of the from government side and state sides, we have there are so many programs like the Patta Act of 1984, Madhya Pradesh, then GNURM and RAID, Odisha Land Rights. It is a very good act because we have learned so many things from the Odisha. It is a lighthouse for us. What we are doing in Punjab, we have learned so many things in Odisha. The difference is only this, that in Odisha, they are working in the rural areas. And we are doing this same act in the urban areas, but it is as per the conditions and the things we have changed so many policies and according requirements. Then PMA has redefined the policies program parent for housing programs. In 1988, they introduced the first national housing policy. I will skip these, like in 2001, Balmiki Ambedkar, this one, Yojana, and 2009, and yes, Jawaharlal Nehru in 2001, and in 2015, PMAY. So now slums in Punjab. So this is the graph we can see, like in class 3 towns, less than 50,000 population, having like less than 50,000 population, there are slum population higher than other towns. So here 1.6 million population residing in the slum areas, and this is the condition of the slums in Punjab. Inadequate housing and lack to access basic civic amenities like clean water, toilets, and deficient access to localized healthcare leads to unhygienic living conditions. These are the conditions. Now innovations. Okay, before that, I would like to share that we have like delisted, under this act, we have delisted the slum sites in Punjab, that is 220. Our cutoff date for this act, like April 2020, that time 220 sites we found, and number of households we surveyed 33,838 and processed 15,000, and we're happy to share that we have given the property rights to the 9,700 slum dwellers, and it we have done like within the 6 months. It is like, and whatever we have done in this project in house, we have used the technologies. So now in this one, first of all, we prepared the Punjab Slum Dwellers Property Rights Act 2020, aim to provide for sustainable growth of basic civic services in slum areas in urban towns and cities by conferring property rights of land to the slum dwellers and ensuring their development through optimal utilization of resources. In this, what we have done, we have used so many technologies, we superimpose so many layers, like first of all, we capture the drone images, process the drone images, then we superimpose the revenue and master plan also, so we can check that it is under violation or not, and tenability. So these technologies help us to accomplish this project. I will explain in next slides. And coverage, this scheme applies to all the slums, including but not limited to notified or non-notified, or recognized or authorized slums of the slums identified in accordance with the provision of the Slum Dwellers Property Right Act 2020, situated on land owned by the state government and any of its entities. Eligibility: every slum household occupying land in slum, any urban area, on the date of the notification of Punjab Slum Development Act 2020, that is 1st April 2020, are eligible under the scheme. Extent of the property right. So we have given, we have not given exceeding 30 square kilometer area in corporations, in councils it is 45, sorry, and in other committees it is 60 square kilometer. So we have, yes, 60, yes, square meters, and we have given this much area in like as per the class of towns. Yes, this one is the important thing in this act, that if slum dwellers belong to EWS category, annual income not more than rupees 3 lakh, the property rights of land shall be settled free of cost. Otherwise, we for other classes, we are charging as per the collector rates. So in this, we have prepared comprehensive legal operational implementation framework, then definitely accessible, as I shared, accessible multiple layered database to ensure transparency. Use of in-house. This is a big deal for us because in government it is very rare. We are using all the technologies like drones. We have in-house team. One of the team member of present here right now. I'm thankful to my team. We are using drones in-house. We are processing the data in-house. We are digitizing all the data. We are collecting data. That is the we have in-house team who are collecting this data. this is I think I would like to thanks to my team. Just because of that, we are able to accomplish this project within the time period. And then we are overlaying the land records and master plans. I think I should explain in this way in next slides. And then partnership that builds accountability. So at the ULP level, there is a SAC committee under the chairmanship of DC. So they are collecting the informations, everything. So it is at the ULP level. Then state level, this one steering committee and then empowered committee. Steering committee is under the chairmanship of chief secretary, and then empowered committees under the chairmanship of this one chief minister. So this all processes first DCs check their data, then we as nodal agency PMDC we use the technology with that we check all the data, all the checklists, and then we put up these cases in the steering committee. They take the decisions. So we are playing a role to. We are lucky that as a panelist we are playing the role to make policies in implementation part, and we are able to put all these things in a very well manner for the decision makers so that they can take decisions. So additional innovation of instruments. So what is the best part of this act? Convergence with other program for infrastructure. So whatever site we are selecting, we are giving the infrastructure to them under the AMRUT, under the SBM. So we can give the good infrastructure. We are integrating all the schemes, not like we under Basira we are giving the property rights. After that we are giving this infrastructure under the different scheme, even PMAY. We are giving the loans funds in such a way, because in this we are able to find out how many kacha houses, how many pakka houses. This is giving us the clear list, and we are using this data in our PMAY, and we are doing good in that way. A women empowerment, we are giving the property rights to both husband and wife. So we are empowering women in such a way, and transfer it can't be transferred before 30 years. They can't, this is the best part. If they will transfer it, we will cancel their license. We will give cancel their property rights. Dedicated funding. So whatever funding we are collecting through this area more than 30 square kilometer, or who are not EWS, whatever money we are collecting from there, we are using these funds for their betterment. So this is the map. This is the drone images what we have captured. We have captured for all the sites, 220 sites, and drone images, as the sir explained in the morning, that we can count cauliflower. Here we are able to count their tiles and area. Through this, we are able to get the area, exact area through DSM and DTM. That is very technical thing, and we are able to collect their area. It's fully transparent thing, because the data we are collecting from the field, we can cross check with this technology. So here we are able to count the houses, how many houses are there in the site, and the tenability of the sites. Even in one case, I checked in such a way that they have not mentioned that this is not tenable site. But when I checked one drone imagery, I found that the high tension wires shadow over there. I asked Jay, please go and check, is there any high tension wire? That was not a tenable site. So for all these things, we are able to check, is it tenable site, what are the surroundings of the site, and number of houses, and what are the condition of houses, are those kachas and pakkas. There are so many cases there, it helped us. In Jalandhar, they claimed that there are 80 houses. But when I checked, there were only 40 houses. I asked, they gave so many excuses, but yes, after the arguments, and I have shown each and everything, these are the DSM, DTM area and everything then they said, yes ma'am, these are 40 houses. So how we are able to take the right decision or give the property rights only the deserving candidates? It's a big thing. So technology is playing a big role in our projects. without this transparency, we can't put up the very good cases in front of our decision makers. So after that, we digitized it, roads, boundary of the site, it gives us area. Then we superimpose here, it is like just PDF file, so that's why we superimpose shajara here. And so that we can check land belongs to which department. So we can take NOC from that department. So this is the master plan layer. We superimpose the master plan to check is it violated or is it violating the master plan or not. Then we mapped the site. The data we collected with the help of field surveyors. We integrate that data, how many people are residing in these houses, what kind of like are the EWs, all the data, whatever we have collected, we integrated it with the each and every household. Sorry. So in this, all the departments are involving. Not only our like department is working in this one. For drone images, yes, definitely our technologies like drone, we are working on this one. For boundaries, we are superimposing this one, and it helps to revenue department to check out each and everything, and it takes hardly 1 or 2 days. Whenever we are giving them like all the superimposed maps, they are able to check is it like coming under which which department is ownership of this site. So revenue department is working, and then master plan. So we superimpose the master plan on it, and then we send it to the planners. Like they need to check. Authorities can check, is it like violation? Is it violation or not? So all the departments are working together. But yes, we have faced this challenge also. Like okay, we don't have time, but after, because it is the Chief Minister program, and it is Chief Minister program, so they all are like in meetings, they all have to present. So in such a way, there are so many days we can like put up their cases. There are like presentations that these ULBs are not working, this department is not working. We complete this project. I think everybody has seen these problems. So what is the impact? So now in 2020, as you can see, like the graph is coming down. So it's a big deal for us. Like this is property rights we have given, and definitely it's our vision. Like 2030, Punjab will be slum-free Punjab, and this is our vision for this one. So how we are like it's helping safe, resilient, and sustainable human settlements. So access to, with the help of this one, access to public housing subsidy, PMAY, improved access to basic civic and social services through upgradation, enable access to institutional housing. They can take loan for like if they have property rights. And in the various schemes, we are giving better infrastructure. And in phase 2, definitely we are going to plan in such a way so that they can get better infrastructure. And our this program recognized at the national and international level. UNDP, we have to like got first prize from there, and at the international level, Asia Pacific Housing Forum, we have also selected, and the 4th candidate, and Odisha was the like state who got the gold medal. And yes, we were after them because, and it's not a big deal. They are lighthouse for us. We have learned so many things from them. And after that, we have selected from the Prime Minister Award. So globally, Government of India appreciated our project. It's a good thing. So in Himachal, I think so. This is the ad. So I can say, tell us like it is the replica of this project. If I'm not wrong, some from the Himachal, is it there? So it's totally replica of the Punjab Slum Development Program, Vasera. So in phase 2, what we are phase 2, and where I mentioned here in phase 2, we are planning the maps in such a way so that all the schemes can integrate there. We can give the infrastructure, we can give the facilities, and we can give like second phase. Definitely, we will select other sites, and we send a letter to all the ULBs to send the status of their sites. Because in, I think time is like, I will take only 2 minutes. So like in, they are sending us a report, like there are only like how many slums are there. Whenever they will share their list with us, and now whatever they are sending us, it means a lot. DC has to take care of things that now it has increased or not. If it is increased, it is alarming situation. From PSSG level, they ask why it is increasing. Whenever you have shared list here, so in such a way, we are checking the ULBs, and after this, like we are also working on the GIS-based property mapping. That is also in house. We have prepared SOP for whole Punjab, and in such a way, GIS-based fault boundaries, MC boundaries, and but there's next one is like there's so many projects and water supply and seepage. We are like in next 4 or 5 years, Punjab will be on the one dashboard, and there will be all the data will be available on the one dashboard. It is a vision of the PMDC. Right now, I'm thankful for this one, and all the seniors जो इस presentation के लिए wait कर रहे थे, I know, just to encourage and everything. And like in last but yes, Kavar Surjit Singh ji, who taught me how to use these technologies, and yes, I have learned. So he was my guru, and his all the teachings are with me. And this institute have given me so many things. I have learned how to use the technologies in the projects and how to make the policies. It's all because of I had very great guru and my seniors. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Just one small question, a short answer also.
Is there some provision for the notification of Islam?
Yes, sir. Yes.
How you have provided?
Yes, sir. So we have given the property rights to these slum sites. After this, whenever we are giving the infrastructure under Amrut, like participating in seepage, and this one PMAY, we are giving the funds to build it. After that, whenever they will be away with all the infrastructure, we will be notified this one. It is available in
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you for that wonderful presentation, so much passion. The competition between the governments, Punjab, Haryana, Himachal Pradesh, it's very good to see. It's very good for us citizens. So we did 9 presentations. I know we gave you a lot of food for thought. We can actually have food right now also. But I enjoyed. Thank you, Jaswant ji, for including me in this particular session and asking me to chair this session. I really enjoyed. I hope all of you have enjoyed that. Thank you for being patient. And thank you for being patient, all the speakers, esteemed speakers here. I had to cut you short. But thank you. I really enjoyed it.
First of all, I would like to thank Adam Shepherd. Adam, can you hear us? Okay, Adam, I'm Jaswant Singh. I've been interacting with you on emails. So thank you very much. You have very patiently waited for your turn and then delivered your lecture, and you are still on the screen. So thank you very much. Thank you very much for joining us. We are indebted to you.
Thank you for having me. There's been some really interesting talks. I've enjoyed it. Thank you.
Okay. So thank you. You had a difficult task, I know. Having 9 presentations in one session is a Herculean task. So from 2 hours, we have now almost stretched to 3.5 hours. So lunch, everybody I know, some of the delegates already have had. Those who could be here with us. So we are all the participants, all the speakers. Thank you very much. It is very passionate on your part to participate in our proceedings. I could see the enthusiasm and the passion. Dr. Gopal Krishan's blessings are always with us. Whenever we ask him, he is here to give us the words of wisdom. He has a lot of them, and he keeps on guiding us in our future endeavors also. So thank you very much, sir. Subrata sir, thank you very much for accepting our invitation. Professor Manoj is a dear friend. He always very closely associate with ISPER activities. And Nikmar this time has a very, very good representation in ISPER. 4 presentations from Nikmar. So thank you very much. Today I have realized the importance of the memorandum of understanding I have signed with ISPER, Nikmar. It was signed about 3 months back, I think, 3-4 months back. But today I have realized the importance of that. Thank you very much. So now we break for lunch. I don't think so. We have much time for saying goodbye. I was reading somewhere, when we say valedictory section, that is basically a goodbye session. So we'll assemble for maybe 5-10 minutes and then we leave. So we have a quick lunch of half an hour and then we gather here for 5-10 minutes and then we break for the day. I know it's tough and punishing, but thank you very much. Everybody is, listening very patiently, and by end of the seminar, if these many people are there, that means something interesting has happened. Thank you very much.
Thank you.